This man is a very popular man when it comes to final year students projects this year. He has instructed that everybody must pass through the IPTTO. They must check your work very well before you submit your project. Please let me welcome Professor A.D. Ogbebu, the Director of IPTTO. Professor E.O. Orator, Institute of Public, Director, Institute of Public Administration at Conferenc Campus. The representative of the Dean of Physical Sciences, Professor E.E. Ogbebu. Former Dean of the Faculty of Life Sciences, Professor C.E. Okaka. In the history of the Faculty of Life Sciences, we have had only one female dean, and she still is standing female dean that has said. Professor Mrs. O.I. Nabwele, former Professor Jennifer Ebegbe of the Department of Economics. Prof, it seems you mobilized your students. Professor F.E. Obiasobi, Department of Microbiology. We want to welcome and recognize the presence of the man that has made learning possible, even when you are in your room. He believes that everybody can do everything from a distance, even your relationship from a distance. He is the Director of Distance Learning, Professor Chris Emokao. We also want to recognize the presence of the Director, Center for Gender Studies, Professor Adefunke T. Adekunle. Professor Mrs. F.I. Okumbawa of ABB. We also want to recognize the presence of Professor McDonald Idu. The HOD, for the purpose, if they were attending a wedding ceremony, I will invite the both of them together. But for the purpose of academics, they are all standing on their own. HOD Optometry, Professor Mrs. F. Idu. Professor A.U. Osaikofo, we want to welcome you, sir. So many of our students don't know where the central lab is. But when she assumed office, she ensured that students started patronizing the central lab because the university has facilities for sciences at the central lab. She is the director of the central laboratory, Professor Mrs. Ikwaria. The representative of the Dean of Management Sciences, Dr. Ebo Izeko. We also want to recognize the presence of a mathematician, Professor Emmanuel Ogre. Professor Mrs. G.O. John. the former director, ICT CRPU of the University of Benin, Professor Fred Ekaise. We also want to welcome Professor B.A. Omobai. We want to also recognize and welcome Professor E.A. Ofori. Welcome. Professor E.I. Aikokai. Professor Ngozi Unwigwe of Quality Assurance. We recognize the presence of Musadolo Joe, a council member. Mr. Musadolo is a member of two governing councils in Uniben and in one other federal universities in Nigeria. We want to welcome you, sir. And he is a senior deputy bursar of the University of Benin. Sir, are you aware today is 29th? Please be aware and tell the bursar. It's not going very well. We also want to welcome and recognize our father, Professor Eisen. Permit me to once again welcome our keynote speaker, our very own Professor Friday Okonofor. With Madam Vice Chancellor's permission, we will continually recognize all our guests while we proceed. May I now welcome to the microphone the Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, to officially welcome us to this first annual conference.
I'm relatively young, so I'm trying to readjust. Good morning, everyone. Let me first and foremost to recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor of our great university, the very distinguished Professor Mrs. Lilian Moti Asalani. Here today, ably represented by no less a personality than the Deputy Vice Chancellor at K1 campus, the very Professor B. I'd like also to very especially recognize the presence of all formalities of the Faculty of Life Sciences, beginning with the founding dean of the faculty, Professor Engo Edafo. I'd like to place on record the presence here of our keynote speaker for today, the very energetic, brilliant, extremely responsible, and never tired Professor F. Okonofor, Center Director of Sales, Center Leader for Sales, and Coordinator of the University of the World Bank Project. You're welcome, sir. Professor A.E. Ubebu, one of our plenary speakers today, you're welcome. Professor F. Okay, Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, you're welcome. very warmly recognize each and every one who is present here today. And to establish a little protocol, which I think I have just done. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all to this maiden edition of the Faculty of Life Sciences Annual Research Conference. The conference was born out of our desire to stimulate scientific research, innovation, and scholarship within the University of Benin and beyond. Recognizing that this is not the best of times for research and higher education in our country, we are nevertheless convinced that a defeatist attitude is certainly not an option. It's important to use existing impediments to research and innovation as trailblazing opportunities for national development. If we choose to complain, we have many reasons to. But to continue to complain is to refuse to move forward. The evolution of a better and more result-oriented society is a task that must be done. And to give up on account of the many glaring challenges that scientific research faces in this nation is to suddenly engage the reverse gear and drive our direction into public. The next 3 days promise to be very engaging and intellectually stimulating as scientists from across Nigeria display their scientific outputs through exhibitions, paper and poster presentations. These, to my mind, are the real heroes of science who make something happen out of nothing. They are innovators, and that's why we are here gathered for the next 3 days. As part of this conference, we have introduced a Catch Them Young initiative where opportunities are given to young and brilliant secondary school students to also showcase their research outputs through science exhibitions. This is our only way of stimulating their young minds and preparing them to be science ambassadors of the future. We believe that we don't count them young now, the future of science will remain very, very good. So the earlier we start introducing our younger ones to the ideas of science and technology, the better it will be for the future of this country. As a faculty, we have continued to do our utmost best to initiate and sustain endeavors aimed at promoting a culture of research. Just as it is said, that we cannot leave everything for government alone to do. So we believe that we as a faculty cannot leave everything to university administration alone to do. And floating this conference is one of the many ways we have continued to demonstrate that simple truth. We believe, for instance, university can organize a Bengal conference, the faculty can organize a conference. University can give research grant, the faculty can give research grant no matter how small. If the university can sponsor staff to attend conferences, the faculty too can sponsor staff to attend conferences. Now this is extremely important to us because we believe that what we see on the large scale is only an aggregate of what happens on smaller scales. We are proud to announce as a faculty, we have in the last 1 year supported 17 of our younger academics to attend local conferences with the faculty registry for them. We have also awarded PhD support grant to 6 of our younger colleagues in a bid to stimulate their research instincts. Please also hear, thank you. For the chairman of that committee had to initiate the club. Thank you, sir. I'm pleased to announce here and now that the second season of the PhD support grant for the Faculty of Life Sciences has been advertised and applications have already been received and processed. To show that we stand up with our senior colleagues in the dissemination of their research findings, the Faculty of Life Sciences offers some token financial assistance to every inaugural lecturer from the Faculty of Life Sciences. Talks have already reached advanced stages for a certain corporate organization to support our research efforts in the Faculty of Life Sciences through floating a research grant initiative over the next 4 years in the first instance. And I'm glad to announce, hopefully and formally, that engagement has been very, very resourceful, very, very rewarding. And we do hope that in the next few weeks or months ahead, we would have floated a much bigger, a much significant research grant for faculty members. Our focus in the coming year is to vigorously pursue the acquisition of basic laboratory equipment by mobilizing opportunities and resources, internal and external, to the university. Our goal is the emergence of a faculty that is both well-structured and highly functional. And as the scientists that we have remained deliberate, intentional, methodological, and strategic in our running of the faculty, following well-thought-out blueprints and roadmaps that we believe will make the Faculty of Life Sciences the envy of all. We know where we are going, and we know how to get there. And as participants at this conference share ideas on the latest and most recent findings in the world of science, I wish you all a very fruitful time in the ancient city of Benin. Once again, welcome to the University of Benin. Welcome to the first ever Faculty of Life Sciences Annual Research Conference. God bless you.
I am sure you can do better than that before we begin. Professor, research is the hallmark. If you don't research, you won't know. And that is why the faculty is bringing this awareness so that we will all embrace research and bringing new things. It is on this note we want to invite Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Lillian Moitinia Salami, for the Vice Chancellor's address. The address will be taken by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Ekewan Campus, Professor B. Ayinde.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. Professor Okunofua, the hostly Professor Orwe, all properties of life sciences, starting from Professor Gavuna, mother in the faculty, Professor Napolele, Dean in the PhD school, Professor Okieme, all professors present here. Although I've mentioned all professors, but of note for me is to mention certain professors here who I know long time. We have been associates, we have been friends, and for the way we work, we have worked together. Professor Idu of PPP, Professor Kadiri, all other professors in the faculty, Professor Yasuke, Professor Motlai, Professor Kundowa, Obre, George, Ekaise. I welcome you all staff and students of great life sciences. Professor Upebu, I welcome you too. Professor Okaka, the director of IPAES, where I come from Ikenwa. All HODs and staff of life sciences, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, before I deliver Madam Vice Chancellor's speech, I want to tell us that Madam Vice Chancellor wished to be here, but because of she sent her greetings, she sent her words of congratulations to the Dean, to all the members of the faculty for being able to hold this first program, and she prays that this will not be the last for the faculty. Again, before I read her speech, I'm happy to tell us that I belong to life sciences because my first degree is in botany. I graduated from the University of Lagos in 1989, and I can say since 1987 I've known Professor Eden when he was doing his master's in our department there. So you can say that I'm part and parcel of life sciences. Now I read Madam Vice Chancellor's speech. It is with utmost delight that I join you all at this epoch-making event, being the maiden edition of the Faculty of Life Sciences Annual Scientific Conference. This conference is no doubt a watershed moment in the history of the Faculty of Life Sciences, because it is the first time the faculty will be organizing a conference of this magnitude. And I would love to take this moment to congratulate the Dean, staff, and all students of the Faculty of Life Sciences for taking this bold step. I'm told that well over 250 participants cutting across several cities and states have already registered for this conference. This is remarkable, and for others who have come from universities within and outside Benin State, I warmly and especially welcome you to Univest, the best university in Nigeria. I'm also informed that as part of this conference, school children from various secondary schools within the Benin metropolis will have the opportunity not only to have a guided tour of the faculty and by extension our university, but to showcase their own scientific innovations and compete for honors. This Catch Them Young initiative is also quite commended. The theme of this conference, which is Research and Innovation for National Development, is quite apt. This is because research and innovation remain the driving force for the development of any society, and any society or nation that is progressive in its outlook must invest heavily in research. Here at the University of Benin, and despite the paucity of funds, we have continued to deploy available resources in the most innovative and research-oriented manner, ensuring that we meet our obligations in the areas of research and innovation. Let me quickly admit that this has not been easy at all, as it has been much like squeezing water out of the rock.
Of Dr. Osayuki Obrede of the Millennium University, Okada, for welcoming.
May I now honorably request the presence of our keynote speaker, Professor Konofua. Friday Konofua is a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons, fellow National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, fellow RUN, Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, fellow International College of Surgeons, fellow Takemi Program, Harvard University, United States of America, fellow Nigeria Academy of Medicine, fellow Nigeria Academy of Medical Fellows, fellow Nigeria Academy of Science, and fellow African Academy of Sciences. He is currently a professor of obstetrics and gynecology in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, University of Benin. Director of Grants and Research Administration, University, as well as coordinator of the World Bank project comprising the African Center for Excellence in Reproductive Health Innovation, and the Center of Excellence in Sustainable Standards in Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards at the University of Benin, Benin City. Professor has served as the Secretary of the Faculty of Obstetrics and Gynecology of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, Secretary General, Society of Gynecology and Obstetrics of Nigeria, and as the Executive Director of the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics. Between 2006 and 2007, he served as honorary advisor on health to President Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria. Professor Okonkwo is a global champion in women's health, a discipline where he has published more than 300 journal articles, 3 books, 26 book chapters, 22 monographs, and obtained 48 international research grants. Ladies and gentlemen, his most recent edited book, Contemporary Obstetrics and Gynecology in Developing Countries, was published in August 2021 and comprises 69 chapters, and is one of the most comprehensive textbooks ever published in the discipline in the African region. He is the founder of Women's Health and Action Research Center, one of Nigeria's leading NGOs, and the founding editor of the African Journal of Reproductive Health, which has been ranked by the National Universities Commission as the best journal in Nigeria. Professor Okonkwo is a member of the editorial board, the British Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology, a reviewer of more than 22 international journals. He is the current editor-in-chief of the Proceedings of the Nigerian Academy of Science. He has served as program officer at the Ford Foundation and as consultant to several international agencies, including the MacArthur Foundation and the World Health Organization. He recently completed his term as a pioneer vice chancellor of the first University of Medical Sciences in Ondo State, Nigeria. During this period, he repositioned the delivery of medical and health services and education in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Okonkwo has received numerous awards, some of which include Special Achievers Award by the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA), Arewa Distinguished Role Model by the Northern Youth Council of Nigeria, Certificate of Honor by the Ogirwa of Irwa, High Chief Efe of Okula Kingdom, Chief Bekoleke of Ondo Kingdom. This highly distinguished gentleman is married, very happily married, and blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to invite our keynote address speaker this morning, Professor Friday.
Thank you very much for those very kind words. The Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Elias Salami, ably represented here today by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, the entire campus of the university. The Dean of the Postgraduate School and great friend, we have similar FD, the Dean of the Postgraduate School. Thank you very much for coming. The Dean of the Faculty of Science and very ebullient Professor N.E.J. Borui, with whom I've served in several committees recently. I'm very, very happy that we have been very forward-looking Professor and Dean of the Faculty of Science. And thank you very much for the innovations which you have put in place in the faculty, some of which are the first I've seen in many universities that have been around. Other very distinguished professors here present, my classmate and friend, Mr. Gaffer, the first Dean of the Faculty of Life Sciences. Professor Kaduri, very senior professors, Professor Nabulele, former Dean, my great friend, I call him the Dorian of herbal medicine in Africa. And let me rest on the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I am very excited. I want to thank the Dean and Professor Atwini Musu, who have done my name trying to get me to this lecture. I want to thank you for finding it easy and for inviting me to deliver the lecture. I'm going to be speaking on a number of issues, and I'm very happy that the way I have prepared the talk, we have a diverse audience, and I'm very happy with the focus of this conference, which is on both the young and the old. So the way I prepared the lecture, I'm sure everybody, even the secondary students, when they come, they will understand what I'm trying to say. My presentation overview is as follows. First, I will define and clarify some concepts based on the multidisciplinary approach that I want to adopt for this lecture. Secondly, I will elucidate the criticality of research and innovation in universities as it relates to national development. Very critical. Thirdly, I will describe the processes for identifying critical research questions that address national challenge in science. How do you know how to choose your topics? Thirdly, I think that one thing has been lacking in our research in many Nigerian universities, which is multidisciplinary approach. If you are going to solve the problem of development, no one single discipline. Biologists cannot do it alone, weather can do it alone. So I'm going to emphasize and talk about the importance of multidisciplinary approach to feeding clinical research and innovations. Thereafter, I will briefly talk about the translational and implementation research. It is how to solve problems in real life. If you don't implement, don't do implementation research, and don't find it on science, then it's not possible to engender development. And then, most importantly, I will talk about faculty research performance and how they are rated. By having here professors, by having things, it's important that the University of Benin begin to do better. I'm not very happy when they say that the University of Benin was 6th in Nigeria. We should be first. And the way to be first is to make sure that we are publishing and we are written ourselves very well. So, University of Benin, in the next 1 or 2 years, should raise higher and be first, not only in Nigeria, but indeed in West Africa. And then I'll conclude by making conclusions. Now, what is research? Okay, this is very simple. Wikipedia describes research as a creative and systematic work undertaken to increase the wealth of knowledge. So, any research that you are doing that doesn't add to existing knowledge is no research. This definition emphasizes the identification of new knowledge as a benchmark of science or as a benchmark of research. Therefore, any work that simply repeats what somebody else has done cannot be research. So, indeed, many of us tend to forget that. Secondly, I would like to describe the word innovation, which is defined by the International Standards Organization as a practical implementation of ideas that result in the practical introduction of new goods or services and that lead to improvement in the offerings and delivery of existing goods or services. So, innovation doesn't mean you must break new ground and create new scientific knowledge or create new discovery. But it emphasizes the fact that we need to be able to, from time to time, revise what we are doing and improve it and identify ways to do simple things or to improve on existing practices and methods. I will explain this a little bit later. So, both research and innovation depend on each other. As research often leads to innovation, while innovations can often drive further research. So, without research, without looking at what is currently on and assessing it, we will not be able to get to innovation. And then with innovation, you can say, I've discovered this, what else do you need to do? So, there are 3 types of innovations. 1, the creation of knowledge and technology. It's possible for somebody to discover a new vaccine, a new drug to treat hypertension, which our project works on every day, and so on and so forth. Then, secondly, it also involves acquiring and adapting technologies that already exist elsewhere. The Chinese are very good at doing this. They take our technology and take it to China and modify it and it becomes a Chinese product. They turn it to us and it's better. So, that's allowed, and more and more the Western population will protect what you have so that they don't do it too badly to the extent that you use whatever they discover become better than what you have, therefore you should it. Then finally, spreading and making more available effective technologies that already exist at national level. Let's take COVID-19 vaccine. It's already available, but not many people are taking it. And for example, Nigeria has an uptake of only about 15% of COVID-19 in this country. So the question is, what innovations can we develop, for example, to make it widely acceptable and widely available around the country? That's an innovation itself. So if you know that COVID-19 is not well accepted, you have to design research to make it accepted by all sectors of the country. That is also innovation. So those are the 3 types of innovation: creation of new knowledge, adapting new technologies that exist in the world, and finally spreading what you have in the country to the more and the less level. So what is national development? It's very important for us to know what national development is. And this is the ability of a country to improve the standards of people. And more and more, when I was growing up as a medical student, the word national development always featured in whatever we are taught. That's the truth. I remember what was the chief accountant was when I was in 100 level, was the chancellor of our university. I only made a speech on the day of our admission into the school. I cried. Because he was telling us that university was established to contribute to national development. And we kept talking about it. how national development tap investors, national development. So, but these days, I do not hear that talked about too often. We do not talk about national development. But the university system represents the engine house of development. When you talk about development organized to America, you talk about that, you talk about universities like Eastern, Harvard, MIT, and so on. They are the engine house. They are the ones discovering what's happening. So, ladies and gentlemen, take it together, first answers. This definition that I provided are the key features of the question which I'm going to pose by this presentation, which is how can universities position themselves strongly to contribute to national development through research and innovations? How can the University of Benin, and I'm going to conclude by saying how can the Faculty of Science, through our very, very excellent forward-looking professor, Dean of Faculty of Science, how can the Faculty of Science contribute to the development of, let's start with the immediate community, and then look at Nigeria, how can we contribute to the development of this country through research and innovations? Ladies and gentlemen, I will attempt to answer this question based on my experiences in the Nigerian university system. Whatever I'm going to say is my experiences. So, if I don't agree with you, then we can discuss after that. Ladies and gentlemen, why are universities critical for research and development? In the mid-1980s, the World Bank conceptualized the university attainment of primary education as a bedrock for rapid development of our country. They said we didn't need secondary and tertiary education. That's what they said. In 1985, when I remember I was a junior, I was a postgraduate student, so to say at that time. They said low-income countries don't have to bother about secondary and tertiary education. And what we needed was basic literacy. The bank now went on at that time to recommend primary education as a bedrock for development in African countries, and use the compliance of African countries to primary education and use doctrine of primary education as a benchmark for support to those countries. Now, the later bank migrated to structural adjustment in 1985. Many of us, and I think that Professor Grafana, Mr. Clement, remember how we all fought. And I think I was one of those who was writing to say we don't want to do adjustment. Many things, the conditionalities that we didn't want to want and but later we went on, we moved Buhari. At that time, we moved forward with this social adjustment. And then first time of all social, it resulted in the escalation of the poverty that we are witnessing in reality now. So, however, at the emergence of the new millennium, 2000, because I don't want to talk about what happened between 1985 and 2000, it became evident that inequality between developed and developing countries posed a serious challenge for global security. The developed countries were getting more developed, the African countries were shrinking, and the gap of value. And further analysis that this World Bank showed that the major development outcomes in developed countries are prepared by universities. And then the quality of our universities at that time in terms of research and education was not very good enough to compare to what we have. I just came back from a visit of 6 universities in the US, and I was astonished at what we were doing, even their students. Went to Harvard and MIT and the University of 2 other universities. Why universities in developed countries were making significant contribution to research and innovation for national development? Our universities are doing much less. And indeed, the available evidence suggested that African universities contributed less than 1% to global scientific knowledge and innovation. So this concentration led the global community, including World Bank, to begin to rethink the role of universities for African development. Knowing that without African universities being prepared and strengthened in the domains of research and innovation, Africa will continue to suffer inordinate development as compared to the rest of the world. So they moved from primary to secondary. And now one of the challenges I'm talking about better education, you notice that the primary education, yes, we were able to achieve that in the learner diploma post. The primary education improved even in Nigeria. But after that, so on and so forth. So this rethinking process led to to the support for research and innovations in Africa by the World Bank at the beginning of the new millennium. So since then, the World Bank has been singing another story, and I tell you, I attend their meetings almost on a daily basis. And I see some African universities lead research, discovery, and innovations that lead to the development of Africa. And I see, I was one of those that was very angry with the World Bank in 1985. And my friends last week, in fact, now they have me for even doing a project for World Bank, because World Bank has been seen as a capitalist nation. And recently when I went to Washington to the office, the next office to the World Bank was IMF, Financial Monetary Fund. And then walking down the drain is the White House. Just walk down a little bit. So those two institutions are controlled by the White House. And they are economy instead of war those days, where Africa was started away in slaves. The major war these days is economic disempowerment part comparison. That's the reason why they are using it as a fact. Anyway, I stopped there. Since 2014, the World Bank has supported the emergence of 15 centers of excellence in the sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics in several African countries, of which the African Center of Excellence in Development Innovation is also in this one. The story of serving will be told one day, but through serving, the World Bank has helped to feed several research and innovations in reproductive health, public health, nursing, health economics, and more by expanding our frontiers to the entire university system. And indeed, if, for example, the dean is my very good friend, put me for this conference, there is a provision in the World Bank funding for us to support this particular conference, which you forgot. You have forgotten that is my friend, but I will not give now. And we attend meetings every day, sir. We always come together every day and we attend meetings. It's not easy. So, due to the high success of CERN, the World Bank has also established the Center of Excellence in Government, Environmental, and Social Standards in the rest of the world, which now acts to the armamentarium of opportunities for the rest of the world. In total, these two grants is about $28 million in the rest of the world. Clearly, without research and innovations from the universities, the future of African development, and indeed, development of Nigeria will be difficult. That's the truth. Without research and innovations, the future of development in Nigeria. Nigeria is habit of Africa. Most populous people in Africa. Whatever happens here must also happen here. By the way, we should be exporting professors and scientists to other countries, rather than we allowing our students to go to Ghana. That is really something that we should look at. So, I want to summarize what are the role of universities in research and innovation. One, in terms of national development, to improve the technological productivity of public investment. Two, to bridge the gap between the university and manufacturing firms through joint ventures. I heard you say that. I was very happy. Think clap for yourself. Thirdly, to generate extra resources on the basis of consulting contracts, which may also increase the overall impact of some ventures. And therefore, to establish strong internship opportunities for students in industry. As CERI, for masters and PhD students, is extremely compulsory that they go for internship. Some of them have gone to internship in several other countries. And we pay for the internships. Perhaps the university must also look for resources to pay for those internships. Because some of them have traveled to Ghana, some have gone to UK, some have gone to the US, and so on and so forth for internships. And they have paid back very great results. I want to tell somebody that what changed my mind about university education, what we should do, was then I went to England when I was doing my postgraduate, and I spent 1 year, so I got sponsored me at that time. And it changed my career completely. In fact, I really want to go. I was saying what I go to England, but eventually I went. It changed my mindset. That mindset has been non focused on that being. So internships, even if it is products within your country, is very important. Role of university to encourage foreign staff to join the teaching corpuses of the universities. How many teaching foreign staff we have? and to promote exchanges between us and international institutions. Then to introduce a more flexible approach to foreign languages. I remember in Serbia, we admitted students from Guinea who have been doing any single English. And we said we didn't want to admit them, but the World Bank forced us on it. And then later on they came and said, well, people must have a language of passion. We started teaching them. Somebody from the Faculty of Language, the Department of Modern Languages came and teach them English. And now some of them are using English, and they are fluent in English as well. So, and if you go to other countries, you see Nigerians in French countries. There's a lady now who did the master's in one just week. She finished the master's in economics. So that's later on got admission scholarship to go to the West of Belgium. And that Belgium speaks French. And right now she's in her PhD. She has finished her PhD. In fact, the post-professor of PhD, which is completing, and in February we are going to Sweden for our defense. And she converted from French to English and French. And now when I saw her speaking French, I said, is this really useful? I'm surprised. So, and thirdly, to boost the joint participation of teachers and students through attendance at international events concerning industry productivity and innovation. That's one reason why we have the opportunity without going back to raising the single idea of this process. Now, to boost innovation and innovators, we have an innovation where how do we generate ideas? Research should not be just for the place of promotion, but how do we create ideas without the need to have innovators? To organize and participate in professional communities dedicated to the exchange of technology, the encouragement of joint development between industry and the academic world, and to establish partnerships with spheres-based education in order to improve management, education management, teacher training. Those are the roles of the universities that can gradually eventuate to the development. Now, if you want universities to move from research, innovation to development, what are the elements? First, they will be able to have a novel and development-oriented idea. The problem is that many of our researchers will not be able to phantom up an idea that can lead to innovation. They don't do research for the sake of research, then you get promoted and so on. So the first is to be able to ensure, instead we came up and asking them the criteria for choosing your topic that will be development oriented. We ask them the mechanism for use. So that if it is not development oriented, you can do it, but we're not going to fund you. We don't need money to do that. Development oriented is somebody discovering new drugs, management of diabetes. Then the second aspect of that is that we must get adequate funds to do research. We must get adequate funds to do research. Harvard has the budget of almost $50 billion for research. Implement research. So we cannot compete with Harvard. Because if you ask us what is our budget for research now, I'm sure we don't really know. So that's another problem. Then thirdly, a disciplinary approach to research. If you want to solve the problem of the world, you cannot do it alone. You as a biologist, you as a biochemist, you cannot do it alone. You have to work with laboratories. When the human genome was being discovered in 2003, it was mathematicians, bioinformatics, people from biology, people from physics, mathematics, statistics that worked together. About 12 disciplines worked together to ensure that the genome was used. And then we must also recognize relationship between government, industry, and university. And we must seek local, regional, and international partners. And we must begin to commercialize. Professor, the WTO, many of you don't know what is existing. Seek registration, patent for approvals. Many of you have products that are patentable, that are registrable, so on and so forth. We must use an WTO department very well in order to ensure that the products are protected. And then finally, we must publicize your research findings for wider knowledge and wider sentiment and use of factors. So, this slide is the most important slide that I want to present to you. And that is that simple ideas of research. For the knowledge, for the sake of our students who are here, for the sake of our junior faculty, for our students from secondary school, beginners always think that research is complex and difficult. It is not. It is not. It begins by you knowing the problems in your discipline or your community. And then followed by asking questions on how these problems can be solved. Somebody has been talking about insecurity. That's the problem in our community, isn't it? So I'll go about what we start to find out. Most of the time, we throw money at it, we are going to buy more guns. And as we are buying more guns, the terrorists will also be buying more guns. They will not more sophisticated. Is that how simple we say it? I've never done research to find out because the real cost after cost price. So, using simple step-by-step methods is the most appropriate. And as professors, there's a tendency for us to pick a topic up and research it over our years in the university. And we noted from working on this and this aspect. And then get your students to help you knowledge of it. Rather than move here today, we are the other time from food. That's what we call research focus. Simple ideas. Research is not difficult at all. And indeed, it is not the most brilliant student in your classroom that ends up being a researcher. It is the most patient, consistent person who reads from time to time, who observes the media environment that finally becomes a researcher and an inventor. So the purpose of research is to identify barriers in achieving development outcomes, whether it is, and to provide solutions to mitigate the barriers. You know there's a problem. What are the problems? It is no longer fashionable to do research for the sake of publications or promotions, but rather research is designed to enable the identification of new ideas and products that will potentiate development outcomes. And you see, most of more and more, when you start becoming a professor and hear people talking about it, they are going to talk about you in relation to the area of work you are in. They are going to say you have that 20 publications, if you are admitted for a particular work and you are working on insects, for example, and you are working on terminology, you are working on herbal medicine, and over a period of time they see that you are making one discovery which continues to potential for making more discovery. That's what makes you a world-renowned professor. And your work is cited, and I'm going to come to that later. If your work is done and it's not cited, then it means it's not a novel idea that people are not interested in. That means you are not going to be ranked. Truthfully, in truth, there are other ways to rank professors. You can sit in my room and I say Professor ABC. I just put his name on Google Scholar and see the number of citations and see and so on and so forth. I'm able to know the quality of the professor. And if you are looking for a job now internationally, there is no way to bring up your name to know staff of work. So, the research topic will be relevant so that it can be perceived as necessary by the population. The relevant population will await the results. For example, when COVID-19 vaccine, people were dying of it. A lot of people were waiting for the vaccine to be discovered. Everybody was going to make it. And that time Trump was posting that the time finished, COVID-19 vaccine was discovered. And it indeed was discovered. Recently, I went to MIT, Moderna. MIT was, COVID-19 was discovered, the Moderna vaccine COVID-19 was discovered in MIT, as a very student of technology. And I went and saw the researchers and I asked, what thinking led you to discovering? And you know, many of us will sit down here telling me that discovering the vaccine is very difficult. He talked about discovering the 5 sentences. And I found out that it was as simple as anything I could think of. It's one for you to say, this is possible, and for you to have the resources to drive it. So, the research question will be focused on a problem and a challenge. Even though you don't have immediate solution, you continue to ask people, continue to talk about it, continue to attend conferences and talk to people who have done similar work. You eventually know they are going to use it. So, there are 4 characteristics of development-oriented research. It should be a top priority to national development. It should be purposeful driven. It should be relevant and stimulating. Even to my market, my grandmother, she would go, we need that usually. Not always. So if you talk in a very sophisticated way, there's a mental level of philosophy and another. And then you are talking only to yourself and to your colleagues. And necessarily, in experience that such victim often manifest in the world of mental abuse. And it must be judged towards community. Now, this is the approach. And I was taught this approach. How do you identify the government-related research? We use the tree. The tree has a root, it has a trunk, it has branches. So if you use that analytical framework with the problem, the main problem, the first thing that comes to your mind is the problem, which is the trunk. The trunk is you are seeing going on. So that's the main problem. And then the consequences are, today there is insecurity. Now the consequences are that people are making harm, people are making short, people are dying. And then everybody, material offices and so on. So what you want to know is the cause of the root. Because this is where the problems are coming from. You don't begin to talk about the problem and then the consequences without talking about the root. So in your field of research, you must target questions as identifying the root causes of the challenge. The root causes. But that's where the problem is coming from. If you do not uproot the root, and you begin to work on the stem and the branches, most of the time what you do is work on the branches. You cut the tree, is okay. And you cut the branches, some of the seeds that will grow somewhere else, and you are seeing all the problems. But solutions which are permanent and sustainable are those that address the root causes, other than those that address the problems. And so when you are putting yourself, think about this. Ask yourself, how can I lead to a permanent solution? Those who discovered this mobile phone, we don't have pets. Those who discovered the World Wide Web, I was in Harvard in 1993 when we were working in a big lab. The people that discovered the came from that lab, Harvard University. As a matter of fact, when I entered the lab, at that time I had no money. I just left different that time. I went to Harvard. And then I was put in the lab talking about computers. So, and then everybody, the teacher was there with lots of, screens, talking to us, and we were supposed to talk following using a computer. And I was lost. So, and you know, at that time, I also had people walking around as technical assistants, going around trying to see who was following and if was not following them. So, one tall Japanese, and that's the tallest Japanese, almost like our team. I've seen, tall, came to me. He said, what's happening? Don't let, he said, whisper to me here, don't let anybody in this hall know that you don't know how to use computer. He said, because it will be equivalent to saying that you don't have a Bible to write. How is it? He said that and say, yeah, you need to be used to write. This is 1992, 1993. You need to be used to write this computer. So when he said that, and I was still not following, just packed my things. I left. I went to my office, I put my head on the table, I said, what would I do? I just went across the road. I called my agent and said, this computer, people brought me to Harvard, they can't bring me here because I was supposed to write my thesis with my computer and myself. I went across the road and bought the computer. I started using it. So that time, every time they invited me to come for swimming, to come for this, I said, no, I was running. Later on, they said I was antisocial because I was not going to anywhere because I wanted to get that computer. So ladies and gentlemen, so since then, I've been using computers. So the tree analytical framework talks about three components of a challenge. The main problem, which is the trunk, the consequences are the branches, can manifest in different ways, and then the root cause, the root of the tree, which are the causes. What you are going to design research to answer are the root causes. So if you are feeding a research question, you find out that it is only the root and the branches you are talking about. Incidents of this in Nigeria. You know, when I was the Secretary General of Society of Gynecologists, and I was the one organizing annual conferences, the doctors would come. Incidents of maternal mortality in Bombay, the death review in Port Harcourt, review the deaths. I think they are looking at the branches, consequences. A woman died from PPH, total hemorrhage. So I came. You know, I was very radical then, I would calm down now. So I took my microphone. I said, ladies and gentlemen, this is something. I looked at all your abstracts. All of the things you are telling us is that women are dying from it, they are dying because they are dying at every time. I don't want to hear that again. Next time, if you bring a paper telling me a man died somewhere, I will ask you the question, what did you do to prevent that woman from dying? What I want you to tell me is research and talk to prevent the woman from dying in Benin, to prevent the woman from dying in America, to prevent not to come and tell the women that you have had a contact. That is where the root causes. So do research into the root causes of maternal death, not to come and tell you that you died. And report yourself in your kid. Because when I went to see the wife of, I was very happy when the wife of the former president, Jonathan, the wife of Jonathan, we went to see her and we did a conference in Abuja. And then said, well, she was supposed to make a speech, and then we made a speech. She didn't allow the second president to come. He said, I heard that women die in Nigeria, that Nigeria has the highest in the world. You doctor, so I won't live there. How can I welcome to you in your hospital and you die? Oh, doctors, please don't kill them again. So I told them, it's not right. So then I went to the trunk, as I said, in discrimination of the challenge. That is just describe it. And in any case, when you write a proposal, you describe the challenge. And then explain what's happening. Then the route and the areas we are going to tackle. Several challenges will come up. And you can design research to further understand the nature of the root cause. Or you can design research to find solution to the root cause. This is root cause, this is solution approval, it can be scientific solution, it can be a new drug, it can be a new approach, it can be nanotechnology that can improve their health and so on. And so the branches and the consequences. So let's talk about funding, because without funding we cannot talk about good research. Now, we know that all over Africa, possibility of research funding is a major challenge. Why the world countries often have good investments? You go to Harvard University, you don't believe it, so to look at African, the contribution of regions to research, the percentage of their GDP that they contribute to research. Europe is 27% of their GDP, Asia 31%, North America 37%. They take research very seriously. South Africa 1%, West Africa, the entire West Africa 0.5%, 0.5%. The Nigerian one cannot be quantified. But recently, Nigeria said they were going to, in 2000 and at the beginning of 2022, after we have made a lot of advocacy pieces to the Minister of Science and Technology and the Presidency and so on. They announced that we are going to give 0.5% of our GDP to research in 2022. Up to now, we are still waiting. And now that the elections are coming, you can be sure that the money will be diverted to election transactions. Also, 100 million naira to go and take it from you. It's still open. If you give me 200 million, I'll give you the processors for the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the funding sources on the left. But you have to write proposals. And on the right, I'm telling you some recommendations of the type of researchers. The funding sources, government, and government resources, industry, private sector, international donors. And there are so many examples. I didn't want to because the lecture is just completely long. I want to catch all of this. And but the truth is that if you don't ask, you don't believe it. You know, if you think that there is a research fund waiting in telephone, you don't have to proposal. Then forget it. That will be more touch. The doctrine in science, research of the world, that ask, you might believe. But if you don't ask, you will never believe. But the problem is that they are there on innovative, creative, and competitive. And then when I was also a founder when I was working for foundation, and I would sit down and I would look at research, and really start doing businesses and management. And it must be related to solutions to the social challenge. You must see yourself as a change agent, an advocate for change. This must do better. You come and discuss the project, you say, they see you talking and say, the reason I want to do this is that this is happening in a country, the level of so is happening, malnutrition, food, and so is happening. You must show an endeavor to change society for better. Nobody's going to give money because you want to get a master's degree thesis. And then after I finish, nobody's going to give money because you want to do research that is not scientifically related to society. Then you fund it, you will not fund it. I tell you. I want to find out the cost ratio or do this and so scientific research. Yes, I'm good to teach you how to do research. But in terms of funding, they will not give you research. And as a matter of demanding transparent, accountable, and strong proposals as a way of thinking. Example, and the solutions must be doable. Something you can do within a time frame. Some people have proposed research that cannot be done and that cannot be achieved, and it's easy to know. And the proposal must be internally consistent, that is, objective must relate to methodology must relate to the results, the expected outcomes, the budget. Some people will write a small proposal but write a big budget. They will look at it. And some people's proposals are rejected because of the budget not well aligned. At a later stage, you need to have some talks about proposal, and I know that your team will feel that. So, the beauty about research in university funding is that the money is there, but you have to compete with several other universities around the world to get it. If you look at it, Nigeria, that had the highest number of universities, have less number of funding, international sources than Ghana and than Kenya. Because over and over again, Ghanaians and Kenyans are getting better proposals. Even Uganda. I was in a meeting in Kenya, and one lady from UK, from IDEA, the country UTC or something, Overseas Development Agency, UK government, was talking to all Africans. He didn't know what Nigeria was there. That, oh, Nigeria is a big giant for our proposals. So I said, yeah. Can you tell us what you are going to do now? And so on and so forth. Anyway, so the money is there, but we should not always say, you know, when, I don't want to say this because I know there are some people who are very active there, but I believe this also that even if they give up to 5% to education, that UNESCO promises ask countries to do, even if they give up to 5%, it's not going to be enough for all universities in Nigeria, it's not going to be enough for this African development. We, as individuals, as Professor and Dean was saying just now, by start from the partner level, individual level, after the start of the process, go to capital level, university level, mobilize resources. You know, a small university like Benin University, recently won a grant, $112 million. Benin University, and that professor, Mr. Happy, and let me $112 million. Example. And over the last few years, one of these have been working on is how to fight. It's not every time you write a proposal you get it, but don't get disappointed. Don't say, I'm not today, this is what I use this. Continue to write, because some of us have written almost 150 proposals and only 40 have been approved. Is that okay? It has to be good proposals. So, what problems do you have with academics? Some of you sitting down here, ladies and gentlemen, let us tell ourselves the truth. We are too introspective. Most of the time, they are looking for salaries. Oh, they are not into salary. By the time they please, they put 2,000 naira without buying a syringe. We think more salaries and too introspective. That's the reason why we are different. I can tell you that to see, if I give you the opportunity to show you my friends who are from different universities, how many grants they got in terms of millions of dollars. If you get to 700, somebody called me yesterday from the University of Leicester. He said he wants me to help him apply for a grant. That somebody recommended to him and that he is not qualified to ask for a grant. It has to be a big organization or somebody of experience. And I said, how much is it? He said $700,000. So we are looking at $700,000. Now you are calling me? That's not money. Give us our name. That is the truth. For research. So, we are too introspective. Secondly, we are too committed to personal advancement. We want to become professor. We want to become HOD. We want to become assessor. We leave out the nitty-gritty of our university development. We are less attuned to social changes. How do we change society? We are the professor of global design. My concern should be how do I change and improve women's health? Similarly, if I am a professor of fishing, how do you improve the amount of protein in fish that we eat? I remove those toxins that they use to smoke the fish. My friend, the professor from RTBC in Ekoma, is doing that. The last time he was in the lecture, I stopped eating fish because he told me there's a lot of toxins in it. He used to smoke. He put me on top of that. But as I told him, I said, tell me how this thing can go. Tell them alternative way of storing those fishes so that I don't use harmful trash. Those are the sort of things I want to do. And then most importantly, professors, universities, they don't collaborate. And they don't perform in networks. You'll be surprised that two professors in the same department not to collaborate. They will fight each other. Not to talk of asking somebody in science to go and call sociologists, to go and call engineers. They don't believe in it. And if you don't collaborate, you can't get any results. The study project belongs to the entire university. The entire university. Even when they started, they told me, oh, I can just collect money, I don't give something. I said, never do that. I will never do that. I said, the project is going back to the university, so if I leave the university, it goes back to the university. So why would I now do one activity? And more, the project activities are being Professor Sahon is the chairman of a very active very called University Impact Committee. It is to form a way to make sure that we are actually registering university international accreditation. It's coming on. Prof, we are in that committee. Prof, we are helping you again. Professor, we are going to get international accreditation of this university by Quality Assurance Agency. And we do that in the first government gap assessment, where we pay £20,000. We do that. The university is not paid that for us, because that can not happen. Now we have done all the things they asked us to do, and I hope we go to the university website. And now we have applied for the full accreditation, where we pay £75,000, which is about $100,000 before the community. Once you get that, the university becomes an internationally acclaimed university. That will give us staff and students will be on the website of top universities. So, the start is poor, funding is poor in all these places. And to date, I said about 0.5%. Tech fund is also very interesting because recently they announced what they call National Research Fund. Thank God they released some money for student grants in this university this year. I think about 40 people got it. 2,000 million. And then they also have National Research Fund. That offers about 60 million per research team. And I think that this year, some people got it last year, and some people are getting it this year. I think we got it this year. Thank you, Paul. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. So, in 2002, my girl, who applied for Conferenc, she's a lecturer, she's a senior lecturer in the department of Dr. Rose John, and we assisted her to write, and because I was very good. She wrote it, they invited her for, after the, what do you call it, concept paper, they invited her to submit it, which she did, and I went through it, and I was very convinced that people were accepted. Only for her to call me on the day we were announcing to say that, oh, you did well, but we started, we don't have no money, we started from the very best, and when we came to your turn, the money was finished. They wrote that to her. I said, don't worry, you are submitting to that same time this coming year, because the proposal is good. Because they didn't tell her why they did it. So what that means is that there is not enough fund. There are good proposals, but not enough fund. So that is it. So finally, let me go to the final talk, multidisciplinary research. This is very important. An important consideration for promoting research, as I've said this before, that leads to solutions to global problems is multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary research. In simple terms, this is defined as a research conducted by multiple lines of disciplines and across diverse disciplines and across universities. You know, for example, I'm currently looking at the effects of toxins, mycotoxins, because male fertility decreases sperm count. Sperm count has become a major problem in this country. So we think it is due to poison food, like mycotoxins. So we wanted to measure the level of apoptosis and insecticides. Because we believe that the more increased use of this will damage the testes, and that will be a cause. So we did a case control study comparing those women with normal sperm and those with abnormal sperm. And we sent the result. Who did it? Gynecologists, biochemists, medical laboratory scientists, sociologists, how we fed it, social scientists. And then we couldn't do it in Nigeria. We didn't get SMS. Because that is very expensive. We got it in selling, but we didn't get it. We now contacted Redeemer University. They paid money to them, almost 10 million for them to do the test. They came back to say their machine. They now helped us to send it to South Africa. The specimens are now in South Africa. They finished their analysis. It is taking them almost a month or two to process the results. So, without that, if I don't go fast, a poor gynecologist wanted to answer why our men having those men count cannot answer it without the collaboration of our chemists, biologists, without the collaboration of medical lab scientists, without my colleague in South Africa, without the Redeemer University, because the Redeemer University that produced South Africa University. If you don't do this research, and you come and even publish a paper these days, it's sorry, when you publish a paper, you get zero. They give us money for every paper you publish. If you publish it with the Nigerian, in your departmental colleague, you get maybe +1. If you publish with another university research, maybe in social sciences, you get +2. If you publish with another university in Nigeria, but if you publish African University, you get +6. If you have them up from various parts of the world and various disciplines, you get +10. And the most recent paper I did, there were 22 lists of people in that paper. And I was very happy when they agreed that my name should be last. I was jumping up. When they are telling me what to put my name number 2, I said, and then number 1, I said me. As well as myself, be number 1, I should be the last. And so when they voted agreed, I was jumping up. And dancing that dance, I read the later. What do you call that dance? So, agencies such as Transport have recently laid emphasis. Let me tell you, if you are going to submit parties, tell me, they lay emphasis on multidisciplinary research. So if you are submitting it, you put part of what I will ask people to look at researchers when they put their name, they put their supervisor, they put all members of the department and say this will not fail. They are critical to funding. The reason for this new approach is the increasing understanding that no single environmental challenge can be solved by one single innovation. So research in Africa have to be multidisciplinary for it to solve the life. Given the multifaceted environmental challenge that Africa faces, it is not surprising that research that generates development and impact is now a regular discourse. If you like, check, I'm not talking about it. They will say consortium. The call for proposal which I got last night, which I'm working on somebody from the University of Ottawa University and Oxford University, and asking to bring some colleagues in Nigeria because they said consortium. Consortium. That means that we are working there for a long time that we work on those projects and then they're more active. And they want to find one of the 4 criteria that are going to use to assess proposal is strength for publishing, teamwork. Go and submit it and say my name is not a bit of fire, I sent to them, they just return it to say that they don't look at it. So why scientific discipline have grown considerably in recent time, particularly prices? And I first of all asked genomics, very prominent, proteomics, another technology, my prof, Professor Korea, was the one who told me about nanotechnology. And she's the one who I asked him that first time before. I said, what is nanotechnology? She told me, nanomedicine, we now have nanomedicine. Going from that was a hero one. Told me, and there are another which is using bioinformatics, and so on and so forth. What taught me? I'm a poor gynecologist. I can't pretend to know all this. And then system biology, and so on and so forth. There are so many in the field of science that even the name alone, people give a research because of the elegance of the name that they have. They promote international research. Research in the sciences have tended to be based on field efforts, more and more multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. Now, it tends to produce more active results. And medical researchers, I'm actually using medical researchers because they are the ones who want you to collaborate, in my experience. If I even went to call a seminar, yesterday I was telling my department, I said I'm presenting here today for something that will interest you. I don't think any of them is in the department. Professor, I apologize. He's here. So nobody will to them. But I think there's a question today. That's what I'm saying. Then, because Apata, I always apologize. Medical researchers, for example, must collaborate with sociologists. They must collaborate with scientists. But most collaborators I've never seen recently are chemists. They taught me a lot. Some of us taught me a lot of things. Technologies. When I took out with me and put out my back, then I to come to the University of Medical Sciences. And you were challenging me there, why did I go from Benin to come out and take? I said, kill me if you like. I'm prepared to do what is right in this university. You don't want anybody that I know that can work on this university, then I will stop with your university. And that's why I got my bursar, the double vice chancellor. Please give me a round of applause. I just written a book about my experiences at the University of Medical Sciences. Multidisciplinary, I forced multidisciplinary research on them because even when we were establishing the university, they didn't want us to have any other person except your doctors. They said only doctors should come to this person. I said, you rather kill me than prevent any other person. So when I brought my friend as boss, they were talking. I said, I want somebody that can save me from you guys. I said, this is a man that can even tell me the truth to my eyes. I said, if I don't take that. And he did that beautifully. The book I've written, your name is in every bottom. So, to summarize, partnerships, what are the benefits? It enhances the status of people to cover today. And right now, in the coming year, January, we are going to see partnerships. We already currently have the University of Israel, Ottawa University, Ghana, and it's just by simple call, email, whatever has anything to do with us. We are going to have commercialization. Professor is calling me to Ukraine. Is it Croatia or Ukraine? Croatia, sorry. In March, we will talk about commercialization and RPT. We are going to sign and then we will be University of Serbia. And because it's very important, the vice chancellor is going to us. That's partnership. It strengthens the brand of the universities. It widens and global network for students and staff, provides opportunities for learning, provides opportunities for funding, and then more impactful research. If you do a joint application with Harvard University and yourself, and you go to it, you can be sure you're not going to get it. But if you do it to University of Benin alone, the University of Benin school, it also have a clever campus. And then they look at you. I'm telling you the truth. So, partnership with the private sector is very important. And this is what we call traditional research. Again, let me skip this. These are the investing benefits and industry benefits. It's about symbiosis. I think that's what we call it. It's a symbiotic relationship. It provides benefits for investors and also industry benefits. And these are things that, because when you are coming to discussion to the table, you must also identify the people what you benefit. So, let me give you some quotations relating to investing industry research collaboration. In the best interest of research, this was my way in 2006. In the best interest of research, we go to university and business settings to help foster better collaboration in order for our discipline to maintain distance to the community, to the business community, internal collaboration. And then IMA stated in 1995, it encourages academia and industry to work together and form partnerships. And the problems we face are too complex for any one entity to solve their solution. And you know, we have industries in Nigeria. I went to one of the universities in Boston recently, and we had work on collaboration. And how can we do the same? Because most of what they get, they described somebody now leading the concept they started, it was Harvard University. They started and now led industry taking up the idea and buying that company for almost, was it $10 billion? What somebody said. So I asked, will the industries in the developing countries be willing to do that? That is indigenous industries. Because don't ever think of, it is difficult for industries in America to come and collaborate with you unless the idea is very, very, very good. And that's why they still want somebody in the developing countries to work with. So the question is, how can we do our local industries? Look at Benin City, art, fine and art. Shouldn't that have industry have oil to also improve it, so that it can be sold. They are returning some of the things to store from us with what billions of dollars. Now, what is happening to present generation? If we have the capacity in the city, why can't Adin also help us to rebuild that skills we have, which unfortunately is disappearing. Because in the middle of the day, we will see more of these things all over the place, including carpentry. That the good carpenter there in Benin was the best before, but now the people in Turkey are taking over. So, this is what they call triple registry. Government, partnership between government, academia, and industry. I'm sure you've heard of that. Now, let me come to the last part of this presentation. And this is the one that started most, which is evaluation of faculty scholarship belonging to you. Is the research being done, Faculty of Life Sciences, this university? Is it better than the one done in the Faculty of Science, the Faculty of Physical Sciences? How does it compare? Without done in pharmacy, how does it compare with one done in medicine and so forth? So that's why, if we want to ask that question, which faculty ranks the highest in the University of Benin in terms of production of relevant research outputs? So they call it benchmarking. Benchmarking can be between departments, it can be between universities, between the same country, it can be between universities. That's the thing that we're talking about. That's why benchmark, where are you having the best reports in Nigeria? Is it University of Nigeria, University of Benin, or something? That's what made us to say we're number 6. Meaning that in terms of comparing and research outputs with other universities, we're number 6. And therefore, if we are to compare that for Faculty of Life Sciences, one of the things I like to do when you are doing final closure of work is to do research, find out where the University of Faculty of Life Sciences ranks in terms of production of human resources university as compared to other universities. So faculty, when I mean faculty, I mean staff, any staff. They are supposed to engage in research, isn't it? They are supposed to publish research findings in high impact journals, not local journals. But here people say national journals, local journals. If you want the thing to be impacted, to be cited, you have to target high impact journals. You want to author books, software programs, grantsmanship, funding, faculty development is estimated. So, this is how we search for scholarship of faculty members. You want to search Professor Berger or Professor Clement, go to Google Scholar, it's free. ResearchGate is free. Medley is free. And I think if you just search, you go, very easy to get. And academia is the only one which I don't know why there's so expensive subscription. And I refuse to subscribe to them because every time they call me and say, I want to subscribe. But those are ones are free. So if you want to do your start work and follow the number of citations, if you are written a paper and it's not cited, it means that people don't consider it very good. You want to follow the number of citations, each number you have done is. And the more phenomenal the journal is, the higher the chances that it will be cited. If you publish it in the Washington Journal of Biological Sciences, you know, Washington Journal of Biological Sciences, after 20 years, you ask yourself, why is this not cited? Because you publish it in the Washington Journal, you not cited. So don't mind me, I think I don't do it to you. So, these are the, I'll learn this one for you. Plantation work of science is expensive. And ladies and gentlemen, work of science, you have to subscribe every year for you to have access to the citation. And that is what they use in banking. I want to say, and I'm very proud to say that SERI has applied for the work of science for the university in 2023. Honestly, I want to thank the Vice Chancellor. We paid the sum of $150,000 for 1 year to apply for web science. And in the beginning of January, they are going to do workshops here to show us how to use web science. How to make a paper visible. When they started talking to me, initially, I found that most of my publications, even though there's one in web science, and they now have been every day now, because I think they were using that data to start me off. To start citing and papers in web science. If you want to be ranked, then your citations have to be web science. These are the few data pages. I'm giving the web link, so to make this simple, just open to it. ResearchGate, Google Scholar, Medley. Google Scholar is very easy. Go to Google, then type groups or for the type of living in different populations. So, how do we evaluate the impact of the work that researchers do in the universities? The impact of the publication is the degree to which the researcher work has been built upon, has been used by others in their future work. The impact of the publication codifies the quality of the work. The higher the quality, the more times you are cited. The more impactful the quality of the paper, the more time you get. And therefore, impact is measured in various ways, qualitative and quantitative. And both methods of measurements have their limitations. Publication productivity is evaluated on the number of raw count of publications. This one will be a large publication, large publication, 40 publication, 50 publication. It doesn't mean anything. If you have 50 publications and they are not cited, one somebody has 2 publications and they are very, very well cited. So the number of these area of wages, citations. Somebody might have 300, they have 150 publications and they have about 2,000 citations. Whereas somebody will have 350 and have 2, that is the most important. So then the H-index, which is used to evaluate the impact scientifically, is the most important critical one, which was developed in 2005 by George Hart. And I told many of you about H-index. H-index, if you have one H-index 1, it means that that paper has been cited at least 30 times. So for you to have an H-index of 20, it means that you have 20 publications that have been cited at least 30 times. There is also an H10 index. It means that is higher. This paper has been cited at least 10 times. You have an H-index of 100. It means that you have 100 publications that have been cited 10 times. But H-index is one thing that we use. And now, I want to tell you something. The National University Commission recently threatened that for you to have permission, you need to use H-index. So, when I told them that if you use H-index, there are even some of them now who are there who don't get permission. They were proposing H-index of 15. If you like, live here and go back and check the H-index, you find out that it's very difficult. You might see a very small person, H-index of the computer will do it, looking for the H-index. Is that okay? So, but the National Academy of Science, for you to get, to even to consider convolution, you have to have an H-index of 20. So don't even submit, you don't have an H-index of 20. Because they are going to just use that to screen you off. It's not going to screen you off. Anybody that has an H-index and other things, their citations, something called number of pages supervised, you don't drop it. So, and then we have that cited, being published every year. These are the areas, metrics, and then really, for example, website report. So we talked about citation counts, roads, so let me make 4 recommendations and I'll end. Because I think I'm talking too much. The first, if we want to improve research and innovation investing, we must strengthen curriculum for research and graduate public training. What I found is that my graduates believe that research is not for them. They just learn and they teach to them. But I did a BSc myself, and my research thesis was as big as this. They insisted I would do a research thesis. And I was a friend of mine, my classmate, who did a research thesis, bigger than a PhD and master for BSc. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to strengthen research training in the curricula of various science disciplines. And I'm very happy when the dean said we will give money to any student that does research. And I want to add to that I will also give. I also give, regardless of disciplines, one of the research that was funded in innovation was from somebody in engineering, which is then discovered some new drugs in engineering. I can't remember the guys in the Benin. Another one, a proposal has been put to being considered for somebody to work on mosquito traps for irrigating mosquitoes. To To us, that is very good. And they are sent a proposal to us, and we are going to prescribe it for you. So students, please feel free. And in future, next year, we're going to start an admission fair in public staff. And the student with the best admission, they will get $1 million. And the student, the staff, with the best admission, they will get $5 million. So to overcome this challenge, it is important that curriculum review and development that we are taking and we carry them to basic work elements of the study. Second area is postgraduate training. A review of training curricula of postgraduate colleges educate on extremely limited research. Even though they are doing research, recently they asked us, the VC asked me to help identify research, PhD researches or PhD thesis that can be translated into books by telephone. And we asked, we gave us criteria. And it took us, we reviewed almost 150 PhD theses. Unfortunately, we didn't get too many over last year, 2 years ago. And we were able to steal a connection up to now. Because besides telephone, we don't recommend a telephone, we still have to go over it to the review committee. Up to now, they are not going to. So the question is, how strong is our PhD process? So it is my considered opinion that postgraduate training is 10 disciplines in Nigeria will be reviewed to include more dynamic and public delivery of computer support. This will include elements of discovery, innovation, and solutions to national communities. And then funding, we should have computers. Don't wait for government to, because they will never deliver. They are chopping the money somewhere. Can you believe that over the last 1 or 2 years, that the so-called money from oil, which we say that they are oil producing money, that the central bank did not declare 1 single naira as revenue from oil that will end this country. Rather than pay what they call subsidy to some people who don't even know. So if you like, you wait and wait. Look, the earlier you begin with the process of academia to begin to work for money and write proposal, the better. The proposal I wrote that gave me the Women's National Research Center was written when I was 29 years old. Yes. I started early. So, do not wait. Go and learn. If you are really learning how to do your work, by the time you are getting your master's and PhD, you should be writing several process. Get rejected, write more, improve on it. And I've told Dr. Jagger, who's with the paper, have a proposal will be accepted. Either by telephone or by somebody else. I don't want to lose it, but I'm sure that was good because I refused proposal and know that proposal is good. So that is very good. And universities must allocate some part of funds for research. Like our dean has said, I allocated, I don't even know where the faculty of life sciences is getting money from. So maybe I will go to you for some money. So, grant writing is very important. It's right to develop capacity. One of the things we must do is to develop your staff capacity to collaborative organizations. And I'll be willing to support that collaborative process. I'm willing to support 100%. And I believe that university should also establish a functional directorate to research. Conclusion. I'm sorry I've talked too much. So I conclude by underscoring that universities have critical roles to play in accelerating Nigeria's development to focus on essential research, delivery, and innovation. However, research needs to be development-oriented, goal-oriented. It should be conducted by multiple lines of disciplines and should involve industry policymakers before we can lead the national development. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished vice chancellor, Dean of the Faculty of Science, very senior professor here present, I believe very strongly that this lecture will help the Faculty of Life Sciences and the University of Benin to align very strongly with the institutional mission, vision for research and innovation in this university as an engine house for the development of our nation. Thank you.
Quickly, we will not keep us waiting. We are going straight to interactive sessions, questions, and responses. Dr. Odao Timothy will take this. Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor, all protocol duly observed. Once again, I want to thank the keynote speaker for a very well thought out lecture and single delivery. We appreciate it. The floor is now open for a few comments, questions from members of the audience. If you have a thought you want to share, a question you wish to ask, please let's make it as brief as possible. Can we see some hands raised up if you have questions? Any? I see one on that end. Any other questions so we don't have too many follow-ups? Yes, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. That will suffice for this session. So, Professor Yoko.
Thank you, sir. My question to the speaker is this. If you look at the level of science development in where we are, the emphasis he has put on applied research is so much. But you see, we still need basic research to help us build much of the knowledge and we need to build from the applied research. So the question I have is that, what amount of emphasis should we now be putting on basic research so that this applied research can be driven? But for now, the applied research is not going far, and I see the gap as coming from the basic research.
I guess we will take all the questions and our speaker will respond. So let's have, I saw a second hand on the side. Yes, at the rear. Please.
I appreciate the privilege of asking a question in a gathering like this. My question goes like this. How do we redefine the shipment which position the Western world as supremacy in academics? How do we redefine the shipment that impede true growth, education, and research in Africa? That's one question. And the other question is, with what is given from the Western world as relating academics, we need to improve our national development.
Please, you may need to repeat your question and take your microphone down a little bit because it's finally hard to hear you.
Let the speaker introduce himself. Could you introduce your name?
Okay. My name is Oracle Bandorans, a student of environmental management and toxicology. My question is, how do we redefine the shipment? How do we redefine the shipment that states the supremacy of Western education to African education? How do we redefine the shipment that impedes true growth in education and research in Africa? And second question is, running with what is given, the education that we are receiving from the Western world will lead to an improvement in our national development. because most of the researches we stick to are the researches that are developed from the Western world. So will it improve national development and national development?
Thank you. Shall we go ahead? Lord. Okay. Sorry, we can't hear you.
My name is Usama Fojin, and I mentioned AB Department, Faculty of Life Sciences. I'm an Africa has been the cradle of civilization, but when they went from Africa and they were took Africa, my question is, how could Africa surpass the research being done in the Western world?
Thank you. Please move it to the gallery. Just behind. Okay.
My name is
That should be the last, please. With apologies. Sorry, sir.
Professor and now boss advisors, we don't have time for research. How do we find our track back to research? Too many work. Professors are now becoming course advisors and doing jobs that non-academics should do. How do we find our feet back?
Thank you. Please return the mic. May I now invite, all other hands, you are duly recognized, but we are pressed for time. Just put your questions in writing. We'll pick them up and address them subsequently. Please, put your thoughts in writing. The keynote speaker, sir.
Thank you very much. Got those questions. The first one is that I placed a lot of emphasis on applied research and left out basic research. But the truth is that throughout my presentation, I didn't use that comparison. I didn't say basics versus applied because I believe both are important. I said innovative. Even within basic, you can get innovations. So it is all for you to ask yourself. I said root cause is the root. If the root cause is not yet known, then you direct basic research to find out the root cause. If the root cause is known, but you don't know how to solve that problem, then you direct your research to apply. So both are important. Then the second question was talking about supremacy of Western education. I don't think education is necessarily superior to Western education. You can always say that education is not necessarily, first of all, the primary objective of education is for you to know your environment. And no one can know your environment better than yourself. So when I went to Chicago recently, and I'm Nigerian, there was people who came and they are shouting at us from that in Nigeria. I told them, those of you who are good, left Nigeria, what do you want us to do? Why are you not in Nigeria? Why are you in Europe? In any case, the problem that Europe has is different from the problem we have. So our education is directed towards solving the problem in the first place. And I can tell you that from our own solutions to local problems, eventually you can identify the international problems and then find solutions as well. So I don't believe at all that Western education, because more and more when our students are exposed to international scene, I would like to basic women's education, they do very well. I can give you a series of examples in my field. So then they said no. Then they said, those people have they know that part of what they did was to steal knowledge from us. When they discovered drugs for the treatment of malaria, it was from there they discovered the medical drugs, which they eventually discovered and used. So, then the other one which I asked, how do you relate research to national development? Very critical. So, if you are going to, the problem is that part of what we have not done is to do field research questions along what others have done in Europe, what else somebody has done in our countries. We should fit the kind questions to address our local problems. More and more, I tell my students that Nigeria is a potpourri of research questions. You look right, you see a research question. Look up, remember it's not working, research question. Look down, or see water is not doing very well. Our fishes are not doing very well. Look left, transportation problem, maternal health problem, everything. If anybody tells me that he doesn't have a research question in Nigeria and he wants to read the research question from you, then I know that the person is not yes. So, we can, as a matter of fact, I want to say this, the book I've just written, you see it. I was given a scholarship to read PhD in Harvard, and I said, no. I wrote it there, they are there. And they told me, oh, this is what I did. I said, no. They got me this thing they call form the field to become citizen of America. Brought to my office in the US and I refused. So the only reason why I went to Sweden was Sweden promised me that I can do it while I'm still working, going back and forth. That's how I got my PhD. No way, there's nobody in this world that can start me from Nigeria. Because no matter what I do, if you want to solve the problem you want to live in your country, don't go and Japan and what you use. And when you get there, they just give you hamburger, you eat chicken and all that. At the end of the day, they're not solving their problem because somebody is already asking them. It is better you stay in your country and solve the problem. Then the last question, how can research be done? How can Africa surpass the Western world in research? It's possible. For example, whenever a research problem doesn't involve the West, often there's delay in finding solution. You know that. But when something like COVID-19 involved them, Americans were dying, British were dying, Nigerians were dying less. In 2 days they found the solution. Malaria, they've been talking about. Malaria kills more people than COVID-19. COVID-19, they got in Nigeria vaccine, there's really about 40% effective. But it was a problem. So, we can, if you have the resources, we can, if we devote part of our time and resources. Somebody said, to research, investigate it. And that's where the universities exist. To help solve this problem. So, I don't know, we're not better than them now, because we don't have more money compared to what we have. The entire budget of Harvard University for research is more than twice the budget of all the universities. I'm telling you the truth. There are no single, if you look at the money they give us every year, all the Nigerian universities, it's now up to $1 billion, $1 billion. Harvard has $50 billion research. $1 billion, not naira. Calculated trillions. African countries, many of them don't have budget. Harvard has. So how can we bring something to invest in? When I went to Harvard, they took us a mini store. Anybody that want to, there's a video and a Zoom call for tomorrow. That want to exchange ideas about what we like to Harvard and how we can transfer these ideas. Anybody that's interested in joining the Zoom should send an email. I will forward this to you. Join us and listen to what they're saying. Tomorrow, if you're interested, please ask Professor Bebu and the team to show you my email. I'll send it to you. So, because they're allowed to join. And I'll tell them where I have my permission to Professor Benin, you want to join. Listen to what they are saying about research in Harvard. Then finally, he said, no time for research. No, I don't want to get that. I don't want to use the word I like to use. When my colleagues and department say, we have no time for research. No time for research. Research, if you not be a lecturer at university, there are two companies. Service delivery, and the sciences, you need to tell me what services you actually deliver. It's almost like 10%. Then, teaching. More and more people are doing teaching. But as research, very limited. And there's a slide I want to show of research done in University of Lagos. It shows that a lot of staff now do 90% teaching. Why not secondary school teachers? Why not secondary school for Christ's sake? We must devote about 30 or 40% of time to research. I don't come and say you don't have to research because you are crazy for half of the body of your own research. And you are saying because of that you don't have time. Please. Me, I don't know what to say. Saturday, Sunday, I don't rest. It's research. Honestly, I write papers. This year alone, I've written 35 papers in various places. And the more you write, the more energetic, and the more knowledgeable about writing. You have the data before you, in 24 hours you can generate it, because knowledgeable you will write it. So please, particularly for the young ones, because when you begin research early, you manifest, you grow business. And let me also explain to you, research can be very rewarding. You know, in my field, where I'm missing, people go to do good lighting, they go to clinics, they go and so on and so forth. And there they pay them $2,000, $4,000, and so on. And that's what they say when they say they are good time, because they have been lighting somewhere, they are doing operation somewhere, and so on and so forth, and they pay them $5,000. And because of that, they lost a huge opportunity to do research. So I do not accept that. And I think I'm senior enough to be able to put that down and not be blamed by anybody for making that assertion. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
You will agree with me that he is indeed a professor. Please a round of applause for May I quickly acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Professor Ray Ozonwa. With this break, I want to quickly acknowledge the presence of all committee members, the committee members that have been saddled with the responsibility to put all of these together. We have Professor G.O. Anolefu, Chairman. Professor Mrs. Akini Bosun, Chairman Publicity Subcommittee. Professor S.O. Aiswan, Chairman Abstract Submission and Collation Subcommittee. Professor J.L. Bamidele, Chairman Research and Publication Subcommittee. Professor Alex Enuneku, Chairman Logistics and Finance Subcommittee. Professor Mrs. E.S. Omerike, Chairman Welfare Subcommittee. Dr. Odao Timothy, Member Publicity Subcommittee. Dr. G.N. Atwaya, Member Finance Subcommittee. Dr. C.A. Alakoso, Member Abstract Subcommittee. Dr. D. Wire, Member Welfare Subcommittee. We want to recognize the presence of the Assistant Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Mrs. Arogo Okoji. He said he was going to be busy with other functions today, but he still took out time to ensure that I came around to do the job I was asked to do. The University Orator, Professor Mike Omoberali. Leveraging biotechnological research and innovation for national growth and sustainability development is a topic that will be delivered by a very seasoned pharmacist. And he is here ably represented by Professor P. Igbinadowa, former Dean of Students. He is Professor CEO Usifo. May I now invite Professor E.D. Fioko. Professor E.D. Fioko to take the citation of our plenary speaker now. Professor Fioko.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. William Salami, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, Deans, Senior Professors, and all the academic staff present. Good afternoon all. Please permit me to invite plenary speaker first on the list, the person of Professor Sifu. Professor Sifu obtained his BPharm from Obafemi Awolowo University in Lagos, his Master's of Science degree, Success University, Brighton, England, and PhD from West Wales University, Germany. He joined the Service of University of Benin in 1993 and promoted to become professor in 2003. He has served as head of department, pharmaceutical chemistry, and also the dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy. He has successfully supervised several master's students, PhD students, and many undergraduate students. Among the first students he supervised, he has to his credit 5 professors, and 2 of them have served in the University of Benin as Deputy Vice Chancellors. He has over 100 scientific publications in many reputable journals. He is still active, and he has served in the University of Benin as chairman of various committees and sub-committees. He has served as external examiners to some Nigerian and foreign universities and as a reviewer to several national and international journals. Professor Sifu is a recipient of international and national awards. To mention a few, he received Sir Adam Thompson Scholarship UK, German Academic Exchange Service DAD, Teston National Research Grant, and 13th edition of the May and Baker Professional Service Award for Excellence in Pharmacy in 2017. Professor Sifu has made presentations at national and international conferences, including FIP 2012 conference in Amsterdam, Holland. He was one of the 3 successful pharmacists from Nigeria on a GST-sponsored scholarship to the FIP 2017 conference in Seoul, South Korea. Professor Sifu is a member of the European Association of Farm Biotechnology, Quantitative Structure Activity Relationship Society, International Society for Study of Xenobiotics, International Society for Development of Natural Products, International Society of Pharmacoeconomics, and Outcome Research, and Royal Society of Chemistry, etc. Professor Sipo is the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, or was the former chairman of Edo State Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, former editor-in-chief, Nigerian Journal of Pharmacy, fellow, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, fellow, West African College of Postgraduate Pharmacists, fellow, Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. Professor Cyril Odianos Osifo is a member of Catholic Charismatic Renewal and an extraordinary minister of the Eucharist, St. Patrick Catholic Church, Paul University. Our Professor of Pharmacy, Professor Osifo, is happily married. I want to welcome Professor Osifo to give his talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Former University PR, thank you very much for the wonderful work you did on my father. That's Professor Sipo. He picked me up. I met him when he just came back from the University of Sussex, where he did his PhD, and then I was an undergraduate student. I was in 400 level. And I met him and asked him, sir, I want to start working with you. So I actually did my work in 400 level, going to 500 level. And we started working while I was in my penultimate. And that's how the relationship started. Until today, he has been my mentor throughout, from undergraduate through postgraduate and to PhD. So it's a big shift. And asked me to represent him. I pray I'll be able to do a little bit from the weight of his resources that have been available to him, which I have imbibed from. I will be sharing just little with you from what he has asked me to deliver to you. The topic is titled Leveraging Biotechnological Research and Innovation for National Growth and Sustainable Development. For more than 3 decades, the field of biotechnology has had an extraordinary impact on science, healthcare, law, the environment, and the business. Recent breakthroughs in molecular biology have transformed biotechnology into a science that has produced refinements to areas such as protein chemistry, nucleic acid biochemistry, fermentation, and immunology. These advances are having an impact in agriculture, aquaculture, animal productivity, as well as healthcare. Although the roots of this technology are ancient and have been employed in fermentation processes for hundreds of years, biotechnology as a new science was rejuvenated in recent years, few hundred years. Biotechnology was rejuvenated by development in molecular biology, genetic engineering, as well as chemistry. Even though biotechnology was, for example, when we baking up the classical example of biotechnological processes, where you are using a living organism to produce products. But these days, biotechnology has gone beyond that elementary science where you just use living products. Now because of the knowledge that is available in genetic engineering, the genes of the genes are being cloned, and scientists are capitalizing on advanced knowledge available to us
to manipulate living organisms, to manipulate cells, to produce substances that will be useful to human beings. And that's the core of what biotechnology simply is all about. Somebody say, oh, what? Okay, that's my outline, sorry. That's what biotechnology is all about. How we can use the knowledge we have derived from biology to make products that will be useful to us. But these days, engineering components have been introduced into biotechnology. You now talk about genetic engineering, where you are now using not just the whole human being, you can just pick just a cell, and you can just choose an organ, and you now manipulate the organs to be able to produce the desired product which you actually need. And present day modern biotechnology is not just all about science, it's an all-encompassing field that involves both the natural sciences as well as engineering. They all and these are the various areas that biotechnology today is being used in in agriculture. Agriculture has benefited immensely from biotechnology. That because that was an area where the knowledge was first applied. But recently, we have fields such as pharmaceuticals. There are now products that we call the biologics. For example, the biologics. The normal drug that we all know before now are synthetic drugs such as aspirin. You take it, chemicals. But these days, biotechnology is able to generate cells, to generate proteins. And these proteins you can now use them for specific purposes. And these new classes of drugs, which we call the biologics, are very, very important. Biotechnology is also useful in the industry, in marine. And now we talk about marine biotechnology. We talk about even information technology has even become a component of biotechnology. I'll just briefly look at some of these areas. Plant biotechnology has been there. It's a unique aspect where you are using unique techniques to manipulate the plant for specific needs or requirements. So you are using plants, and so many industrial substitute products have been produced as a result of this manipulation of this biotechnological knowledge available to us. And these products are now competing with heading-to previous products that were in the market before. Now we are having a variety of products to choose from. And one of the areas that biotechnology has advanced the area of agriculture is in the area of pest and weed control. Now, by controlling weeds and pests, crop biotechnology have helped farmers to increase their yields and lead to higher incomes and better the lives of the farmers as well as their family. Another important area we must also not lose sight of is the area of genetically modified food. In one of the publications says that 13.6% of products in the market today are actually derived from genetically modified products. And every day, these products are coming into the market and they are becoming, we need to get to know them, get used so that we can derive the benefit from these products. There's also environmental aquatic biotechnology, and that has to do with producing special chemicals that are useful in many other areas, such as oil production, mining, processing, and cleanup of our environment. Marine biotechnology is another important area which is relatively new compared to the other aspects of biotechnology, where you are using aquatic organisms
to generate, because of the uniqueness of the aquatic organism, to develop useful products and their application. Environmental biotechnology. This is a big, broad area. And the importance of this area is that it's able to bring one of the things that we're using for to develop useful biological remediation of contaminated environment, the land. The sea are good reservoirs of resources for man. For example, in the sea, we have a lot of seaweed that is present in the sea. This seaweed can be biogenetically modified to produce fuels rather than relying on just normal fuel, hydrocarbon fuels. Current biotechnological approach is that you are utilizing even seaweed are now being used to produce products that are useful to man, such as biofuels, and these products are more environmentally friendly, eco-friendly products for man and the environment. In the healthcare sector, this is a broad new area, and this very, very broad area where biotechnology is expanding on a daily basis. How will you feel in the future if you are sick? We will not say that we are going to give you Panadol, paracetamol. Or probably maybe before you, when you were born, all your genome have probably been cloned, and all the disease that you probably might experience in your lifetime have been predicted in advance. And so all you need is probably just, we now know, okay, at so time, you need a replacement of your genetic gene. So you just remove the gene that's probably causing that sickness and replace it with a new gene. That aspect has already begun. In pharmacy, we call it pharmacogenomics, where you are using gene to treat persons. Though it's still in the infantry stage, but it's a possibility and it is growing, and we need to leverage on these areas. Before now, most human proteins, extracting human protein was difficult to extract protein. But with the advent of biotechnology and modern development, large quantities of these proteins are now being produced. These are remarkable areas that biotechnology have useful to man. It took over $1 billion to clone the first human being. But today, just with less than $10,000, the gene of a person can actually be cloned. That tells you that this advancement in science is coming to us on a daily basis. The Bible talks of a generation that might not die. It is biotechnology that is advancing us towards that direction, whereby man we might be able to find out what is actually responsible or how to defeat death. Though we say that believing for rapture, but you see, God has given us knowledge to discover, and we are moving towards that area. Genetic engineering. What this aspect of biotechnology is doing is simply taking genetic material and using them to produce products. And so many products, such as antibiotics, enzymes, amino acids, vitamins, have been synthesized and are currently in the market as biologics being marketed today. So biotechnology revolution has brought about a new class of drugs that we now known as the biologics. The difference between the biologics and the normal drugs that we are used to before is that the biologic, it is the cell that is producing the protein. It is the cell itself that is producing the drug. That means that the side effects that are normally attributed to many of these drugs are being overcome. Another advantage is that because it is your cell, that one of the reasons why we have problems with many of all these drugs actually is because our body see them as being foreign to them, and it's foreign. But because the cell that is producing it is of human origin, it is like your body. Acceptance of this cell is high. Now, in what area can we leverage on this biotechnology as scientists, as researchers? I just put down a few of them for us to think about. One of them is the production of sustainable chemicals and energy and other materials. Production of sustainable chemicals, energy and other materials. Humans have depleted massive amount of the world reserves of fossil fuel. Today, Nigeria is still relying on crude oil, petroleum from the ground. And these reserves are finite and they are not renewable. Additionally, their use contributes heavily to greenhouse gases that negatively impact the environment. Biotechnology can contribute to environmental sustainability through a process known as artificial biosynthesis, which uses living organisms such as bacteria, fungi, or plants to create fuels, chemicals, and other materials. Another area is genetically modified crops. And we know in places genetically modified crops increases sustainable food production. Food production, we know that hunger is increasing in the land, and there is a need to continue to produce food. In areas where genetically modified food is are being grown, that we know that food availability or food sustainability have been improved. For example, in 2022, some of the topics that brought headline this year include genetically modified white maize contribute to food security in South Africa. So the maize have been genetically modified and now becoming more available. Just last month, when there was flooding in Bayelsa and part of Nigeria, a group of scientists from South Korea came up with genetically modified rice that is able to resist flood. No, because for now, one of the challenges is drought as a cause of lack of food sustainability. But these scientists were able to look in and produce genetically modified rice, because one of the challenges in those low-bed areas where rice production in most recent years that they are experiencing flooding, and that flood normally cover the whole land, the whole city, everywhere. Now, this particular strain of rice saw that even though the land is flooded for 4 weeks, even after the flood, the rice will still be okay, and the farmers will still be able to harvest their crop. We have traceable drought-tolerant wheat being produced in Argentina and Brazil, and Japan just this year launched the world's first genome-edited tomato. So the gene of the tomatoes was edited, and they are now using it to look at which the advantage of genetically modified products, so that you can now, once you have been able to know the gene that is responsible for any particular trait attributable to that particular organism, what do? You can now maximize the advantage of that trait, and that is a very good innovation. Very good innovation. So for those scientists, these are areas that we can actually look at. I talked about seaweed bioprocessors. Today, seaweed can be used as a biofuel. There's even research currently going on. One of the problems of the greenhouse effect is carbon dioxide. Today, scientists are working biotechnology to make use of carbon dioxide, which is abundant in the environment, as a fuel. as a product, or use carbon as a product into sustainable product that can be useful to man and his environment. We have regenerative medicine. This is another area that biotechnology have advanced in humanity, which we also need to key in. How will you feel? Okay, there was a case of our former Senate president. He have made the news in the last few months, looking for a kidney transplant for the child. Now, what biotechnology in regenerative medicine is that these organs can actually be cultivated in a laboratory and will now be useful products. So, if someone has kidney failure, instead of looking for another human being to use, to keep, to sacrifice, all you do is take the organ that you have generated in the laboratory, and now you use it and replace it. And that's what regenerative medicine is all about, to create new organs in the person. Rapid development and manufacturing of new medicine, I talk about them. Vaccine. Before now, isolation of protein was a big issue, especially to researchers. But now with biotechnology, protein isolation, you can mass produce these proteins that are easily be identified. Improvement of our soil and advancement in through gene sequencing. No, if we know the particular gene that is responsible for your sickness, all we do is excise that gene and replace it with a new one. So that's beautiful. But again, we're talking about issues of ethics, issues of I'm supplying my genetic information to somebody. How are they going to handle it? These are issues, and conferences are holding day to day to look at all these areas of ethics that comes up on a daily basis. Finally, how do we now leverage on these resources, all these areas that are spoken about, that are available to all? We must begin from somewhere. And the very first place to start with is by having a global biological research center. You must have a place to do your research. No, I listened to the last presentation, beautiful, by one of our fathers. But one of the challenges that the younger ones have is that they don't even have a laboratory. The laboratories, that's one. And where laboratories are available, they are not accessible. These are part of the challenges that the younger scientists faces. So we must, if we are going to leverage on biotechnology, we must begin to build these centers. We must begin to equip these centers. Secondly, we must begin to set standards. What are the standard requirements? What are the critical needs of a biotechnological research lab? Do we have one? If we don't have it, what are the criteria that we need to put in place? So the university must begin, the organization, the nation must begin by having a center for biotechnological research. And that is the beginning. And after that, you must begin to gather people together, the relevant person that have relevant knowledge, like this kind of workshop that we're having now. Begin discussion on it. Talking, you now begin to talk about the private sector, the involvement of the public as well as the private sector in biotechnological research. We also have another area that is very critical. The perception of the public is another important area which most often we often ignore. We must go out to begin to influence the perception of the public on how they see biotechnology, how to accept biotechnology. And lastly, there are critical issues when you are using biotechnology in the health sector. Like I just mentioned before, I am going to supply if even blood, donation of blood is still an issue in an environment. Not to talk of you are supplying the database, because your genetic code actually your life. Issues about cloning are issues that are ethical issues, and they accept what are the cultural barriers to these issues. These are things we need to overcome to be able to leverage biotechnology in our environment. Okay. In summary, I think I need to run. Let me just move to the summary. In summary, over the past 20 years, biotechnology, due to its specific advantages over other sciences, made a decisive breakthrough on the industrial level, which to a large extent is also associated with the development of new research methods and the strengthening of the processes that opened previously unknown possibilities in obtaining biological products, methods of isolation, identification, and purification of biologically active substances. Biotechnology has played an important role in the field of medicine and pharmacy. Many diseases that were previously considered incurable have been cured using biotechnological products. Genetics, another major advantage of biotechnology, which has made the scientists to examine the disease at the gene level, is one of the greatest achievements of scientists in our generation. And we must not forget the place of genetically modified food. Despite the issues, the questions being raised about it, it is still an important component that we need to look at and make sure that acceptability is improved. We need to begin to break those barriers. Those resistance to technology need to begin to break. The strategic plan for the industrialization of biotechnology and its development must, as a matter of urgency, include improvement of foundation for creation of biotechnology industry. We must begin by starting from the basis, starting with having a necessary infrastructure that can sustain the biotechnology industry, promotion of technology development and enhancement of industrialization support. And this policy will involve the promotion of technological development for practical use. And some of them include establishment and strengthening of the social aspect of biotechnology. We need to strengthen the social aspect. Because we are scientists, we just believe that because we have found it in the lab, it will be accepted by the society. It might not be so. We also need to do advocacy. We need to leverage. One of the issues I personally have in ASU, although I'm a very strong one, is lobbying, negotiation, advocacy. We scientists sometimes we take very rigid approach in trying to achieve some of our aim. Some things are better at through the forefront or through the discussion. No, there are things for reasons. If you are able to put your persons there and you are able to talk to them, we can achieve far. I believe that even as academicians, we can achieve far more by by dialogue, by lobbying. You might not agree with me, but by lobbying. But these are things, the social aspect. Even when you talk about technology, the people will resist you. You are telling me, okay, if to go to my village and tell them to give you their blood, they won't. They will tell you that you want to use them for human sacrifice. Now I'm telling you, I want to collect your genetic code, the very substance and root of your life. Who is there? So, but with advocacy, with more knowledge, with more bringing to bear the advantages that these issues have over what we are currently practicing, we'll begin to have a headwind. Promotion of public acceptance, a deliberate plan by governmental agencies, non-governmental organizations, and civil society to disseminate relevant biological breakthroughs through symposia and multimedia seminars. You know, somebody said, you make more fame appearing in a Big Brother Naija than by inventing a product. Why? It is because of the value, the perception that the society has for those things. Because that's where they see that those who have followed that path have been seem to be more rewarded in the society. So if we are able to also promote technological breakthrough, let people know what we are doing. Technological fair, we need to bring them to bear and not just hiding our research in the cupboard. We need to bring our research out, and that's why I time back life science for this annual research conference, which is very, very germane to development of the institution. Targeted research into relevant emerging economic models. We must target our research. Our research will be targeted. Gone are the days that you just do, research for doing sake. We must, for example, this year, Faculty of Life Sciences can say, for the next 5 years, this is the area of research that we want to focus on. You throw it, it's not like what is currently obtainable now. Every person just think about what I want to do. In those higher claims where we quote, where they are having those high impact patterns, you don't just come and start saying, I am doing this research, or I want to just collect Bogotaro and check. There is a research pattern that has been developed in that faculty over the years. So when you come in, you are not reinventing the wheel. You fit into already established, laid down frameworks by your elders in that field. But what we find today is that because of the syndrome of you either perish, you publish, or you perish, anything I can see, let me just write. And because of that, you waste manpower, you waste resources, you waste energy, and the development will not come. Targeted research so that we know, for the next 5 years, this is the area that Faculty of Life Science is going to focus their research on. If it is water technology, everybody in the faculty know that we are looking at, that's the only way we'll be able to make a name for ourselves. If it's just one aspect, very small. I met a young guy in one of my trips. All his life, he did his master's in water. His first degree, water. Master's, water. PhD, water. Why will he not become an expert in that area? But what we are currently doing here is, we are master of everything. You want the student to know everything. You want to do research in everything. Nobody is going to know you. Nobody is going to refer to your work. When today you are publishing on plants. Tomorrow you are going to medicinal chemistry. Next tomorrow you are going to virus. The next day you are going to bacteria. Those who have made impact in this field are those that have remained in very narrow area. It might be very, very small. Your knowledge might be very small. But if you keep looking at the hole, you keep digging a hole, very soon it will become a well. And very soon that well will become river. So we must begin to concentrate our energy. The era of where, I am here today, I am there tomorrow, will not help us. Integrating the advances made possible by biotechnology based on this in biology, genetics, and information has offered many countries sustainable economic growth. We need cooperation. Cooperation will accelerate the rate at which technology can benefit society. So, again, our scoring formula, our scoring formula in our promotion, if one person writes a paper, you say 2 marks. And when 10 persons write a paper, you say 1/14. Meanwhile, that paper written by, there is no way a single individual can come up with an innovative idea that can change the world. We must collaborate, and the collaboration must not just be only in your field. You must look for collaborators in other areas if you are going to make meaningful impact. Even our father that just finished, one of the things that I learned from him was that the first thing he did was very close to my father's house, where he started working. He gathered and assembled a team of men. He didn't do all those things alone. He still had men like Patrick Era, Professor Hamafe. They were all working together. So you follow their footsteps. Gather in your, you might not look for a big name. In your own small corner, don't walk alone. Gather relevant scientists. One from Agric that is your friend. Rather than discussing arsenal, begin to discuss research. And then come together, maybe once in a week or twice in a month. Can we just discuss what are we thinking about? What do you think? And from the nonsense that we are talking, you might not be surprised that innovative ideas, these ideas, they are all around us. They are flying around us. It's just for us to concentrate our energy and get it done. Finally, we must bring together the expertise in biotechnology or the respective part of the organization with appropriate internal coordination. We must bring together everyone that is involved in biotechnology. Bring them together to work together. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause. In the course of this research, we will know more and we'll begin to implement. May I now quickly invite Professor Dr. Okoji to come and do the citation on Professor M.A. Bamikole, who will be talking to us on improving national food security through scientific research and innovation. So, just a minute before the next plenary speaker will mount the podium, we want to entertain one question or reaction to the previous paper that was delivered. Do we have anyone with a question or a reaction? I see one there. Okay, will you please step forward? There are two, so that our next speaker can settle in very briefly. Coming. Okay.
Just thank you for this opportunity. It's something that's been my heart. When I became a school lecturer some that that point significantly is reduced to 1 point as the lead author, while the rest, receive, fractions. I'd like you to now comment on this and prefer a way forward so that this collaborative tendency can actually take effect. Because in the past, when I motioned to my friends to come along with me in doing research, they didn't, because they knew what the input would be at the end of the day about the scoring point.
Thank you, Prof. We'll immediately take the next question. Then the speaker will react. There's a hand, just one.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's so well said that I am a postgraduate student here in the Department of Microbiology. First off, I would like to appreciate the last speaker, and he made mention of something that affected me particularly. My research required me to get stool samples from children under the age of 5 years. When I went to the field, because it was a community-based research, I had such an experience where mothers and even fathers refused to allow me to receive the fecal samples of their children because they believed I had the looks of an internet fraudster. Some of them believed I was a ritualist. Others did not have any explanation, but they vehemently refused. And it was a very difficult process for me to get my samples. You mentioned some points which I, to a large extent, agree, but there are a lot that can be done about that. You mentioned publication. By the time we put this research together and publish it, these market women will never see it. Even the multimedia, they are actually not interested about a lot of the medical related publications that are there. They are more geared towards entertainment and all of that. So how well can we really drive this to the society so that our economy, the people around us will understand that sometimes when we engage in certain research, it is actually for the people. It is centered to improve the health and quality of the people rather than looking for anything negative. I'll be very pleased if we can get some solutions to that. Thank you very much.
All right. So responses. Okay. Thank you very much. Those are very timely questions. And if you have been in the field working, you will come across all these things that we have said. Somebody said, why not time for us to review our promotion criteria? And let me tell you, it is a time bomb. It must happen, and it will happen. We cannot continue like this because we are shooting ourselves on our foot. I'll tell you a story. In my faculty, when I started as a young lecturer, I never published any paper in local or national. All my publications, the first paper I published was in Acta Polonia. That's the Pharmaceutical Society of Poland. For you to see the level of thinking. And now as I grew, they said I should start publishing in Ring Road paper. 50% of my papers must be in national. But let me assure you, we need to start talking about it. And that's what I'm talking about. My council member is here. He's already aware. And I can tell you, they are already working on it. Because there's going to be resistance from some quarters. Some person will want the status quo to remain. But if we continue like this, our university will not go up. We'll become third-tier professors. We cannot accept it. We must cheer up. And even those that have become professors with these national papers, I challenge you, please don't stop. Begin to have a routine. Begin to put yourself on international limelight so that you can change the narrative. Who says that professors cannot apply for grants? Who says professors cannot write quality papers? And now that you are a professor, please begin to
that will take our university forward. So when the resistance comes, the reason why we're beginning to talk about it now is that so that all of us will speak with one voice, that we need this change, rather than accepting just bread and butter. And the other question was how to improve the social acceptance. For example, we talked about, I needed blood and they were refusing it. Like I said, one of the things we can do is advocacy. The truth is that those market women, they do not know you. You just say you are a professor, you are in this. They don't even know who is a professor. How many times have we gone out to talk to them? How many times have we had town hall meetings with them? It's not only political parties. You see, look at what INEC, the resistance that INEC have faced. That's even a national program. How to even vote. People don't even know, not to talk of, I want to give issue of ethics, of acceptance. We must continue with our advocacy. We must continue to reach out to the other. There was a time we used to have, not town and gown. I can't remember. Town and gown. Where in the academia we invite those outside to come and listen to what we are doing. What is wrong from time to time in our faculties, in our department? We invite these people to come and listen. Oh, this is what I have done. It shouldn't be limited to inaugural lecture. These are things that we should do on a regular basis. Advocacy, town hall meetings, reaching out to these persons. They need to get the message. We need to get the message across to them that this is a new norm. You can't blame somebody because that's what the father or the mother is acting on his belief. And you need to dislodge those beliefs before you can put a new one. Thank you very much.
But it's not the camera. I don't know. Which is the camera? No, it's not the camera first. You have to. It's okay now. But the edge room is it's too high. It's too high.
Permit me to take a citation on Professor M.A. Bamikole. Dr. Bamikole is a professor of herbivorous animal nutrition in the Department of Animal Science, University of Benin, City, Nigeria. He is a product of University of Ibadan, Nigeria, where he obtained his BSc in Animal Science, MSc in Agricultural Biochemistry and Nutrition, and PhD in Ruminant Nutrition in 1992, 1994, and 1999 respectively. He was promoted to full professor in 2010. He has done extensive research on feed and roughage resources evaluation in ruminants and rabbits, as well as in vitro assessment of Nigerian medicinal plants and their bioactive components in ruminant methanogenesis abatement. He has over 75 publications in reputable local and international journals, some of which are published by Elsevier, Flowell, Emerald, Cero, Springer, and Blackwell. He served for 10 years in the editorial board of the prestigious Animal Feed Science and Technology Journal, published by Elsevier with impact factor of 2.50 as at 2019. He is also an ad hoc reviewer to some highly rated international journals, such as Livestock Science, Small Ruminant Research, Animal, Australia Journal of Experimental Agriculture, and Tropical Animal Health and Production. He has been an invited speaker at many local and international workshops and conferences. He was a visiting scientist at Kuchu Agricultural Research Center, Kuchu, Japan, as well as Kushu University, Fukuoka, Japan. He was also a postdoctoral research fellow at the Institute of Subtropical Agriculture, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Shashak, China, and a senior Fulbright research scholar at the Department of Animal Sciences, University of Florida, Gainesville, Florida, USA. Professor Banikole was a 2010 Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Benin, and served as the President of Association of Deans of Agriculture in Nigerian universities. He is a member of Governing Council of the Nigeria Institute of Animal Science, member of the Governing Council of Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, and also a member of the Advisory Committee of USAID Global Food Security Strategy for Nigeria. He is currently the Director of Research and Development, University of Benin, Benin City, Nigeria. He's here to talk to us on the topic, improving national food security through scientific research and innovation. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me respectfully acknowledge the presence of our great professors who are here. It's a privilege, a very rare one I have, to speak before you this afternoon. I want to appreciate the Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, Resolve, for this great job. I don't think anyone can appreciate what you are doing better than myself, because I know that seat is not easy, because I was there in the Faculty of Agriculture for 4 years. You've done well, and I want to commend you. If you don't want to perform, you have reasons not to perform. There was COVID lockdown, there was strike, etc., etc. But nevertheless, try to see how you can move the faculty forward. May God continue to bless you. LOC members, I need to appreciate you. You've done a great job. It's a long list. I really want to mention the names one after the other, but I appreciate all of you. And thanks for this invitation. In the next, I don't know how many minutes or hour I have to speak, so that I will know whether I'm going to rush through or go step by step. I have 40 slides. 30 minutes. Wow, but you didn't tell me before now. Anyway, we'll strike a balance. The topic is there, and let me run through the outline of my presentation. Quickly, we'll take a look at Nigerian population. Where do we stand? So that we can appreciate the topic we are discussing here. Why do we need to talk about food security? Then we look at nutritional indices of our dear country, Nigeria. Thereafter, we look at global, region, and Nigerian food security environment. From there, we move ahead to look at how do we make Nigeria food secured? Because crisis is looming. Next, we look at global research for this situation and activities. We look at lessons from South Korea and Brazil, need for innovation and suggested approach. We look at food losses and wastages as threats to food security. Then, we're going to learn a lesson from DI innovation from Purdue University, and I'm going to then conclude. That will be the end of everything. Nigerian population, where they will stand. In Nigeria, the population is currently 218 million, with the projection that by the year 2050, our population will be close to 400 million. This is, I'm making reference to Population Reference Bureau of the year 2022. Nigerian population currently ranked as number 7 in the world, and by the year 2050 will be number 3. Then will be number 3 behind China and India. As we speak, only 20% of Nigeria are food secured. What is the concept of food security? Food security is not just to have food in your stomach. You may not be an hungry nation, and yet you are not food secured. Food security is ability to have access to food in the right quantity and quality. If with 218 million, only 20% of Nigeria are food secured, then what will be the situation in the year 2050 when our population will be close to 400 million? So, there is a crisis coming on the way. What will be the situation in the year 2050? Let's look at nutrition indices. Nigeria is in the category of low human development index with 157 over 189 countries, according to UNDP 2018. And over 43.6% of Nigeria under 5 years of age are chronically malnourished. Not just malnourished, chronically malnourished. That is very, very disturbing. The figure is even higher in the northeast and northwest. Each time we go there, these are things we see physically. Hungry people on the road. Stunted growth below 5 years of our children increases from 32.9% in 2017 to 43.6% within the space of 1 year. It's even worse now. It's even worse now. Infant mortality rate is 6.7% in Nigeria. And look at the situation in the US. Very low. 0.56% in the US, 0.45% in Canada. And approximately 6% of Nigerians live on less than $1 per day. That's very serious. As a professor, I'm at bar. I'm on 416,000 naira. When you convert that to dollar, that's about $500 per day. If you divide that, per month, I beg your pardon. If you divide that by 30 days, it's about $17 per day. A professor at bar. So you can see, this is talking about our purchasing power, etc., etc. Well, global food security environment. To the right, that is in green color, are the 10 performing countries in the world. 1 to 10 that are doing well in terms of global food security index. On top is Finland with 83.7%. Next by Ireland, Canada is there, Japan is there, UK is there, US is not even there. US is about number 13. But you look towards the right, that is the brown section. Those are 10 least performing countries in the world. Where is my country, your country, Nigeria? You can see. This is Nigeria, okay? With 42 points or 42%. Okay, we are only ahead of 3 countries. Down the ladder. This is to tell us that we have a serious situation at hand. And something must just be done. Because a country that is not food secured can never grow. Talkless of development. Any activity that you involve yourself, you need energy to power or drive your system. Even when you read, your brain consumes a lot of glucose in the form of ATP. These are things that we learn in the lecture. So, it is a very serious matter. Now, on the basis of regional food security environment, here we have the global average, 62.2%. Look at North America. They are doing well. Look at Europe. Other regions are above this global average. But look at Southern Africa. where Nigeria is. We are below the line. So we have to do a lot of work. Nigerian food security environment, out of 113 countries that were used for this study, Nigeria ranked 107 out of 113 countries in terms of our global food security index. You can see. Within the sub-Saharan Africa, we rank 25th out of 28. Where is this giant of Africa that we call ourselves? A country that cannot feed its population. So, we just have to wake up. And the overall score of 42%, which we saw earlier. This is Nigeria and USA performances compared on the basis of the 4 pillars that are used to assess the ability of the country to secure its population in terms of access to food in the right quantity and quality. In terms of food availability, in terms of quality and safety, in terms of how sustainable we are. Nigeria is nowhere, cannot match the situation in the US. Here, it's talking about Nigeria ranking on the basis of those 4 pillars, so that we will narrow down to what are the real problems that we need to tackle through research, through innovation. Talk of food affordability, we rank 113 out of 113. So here we carry last. Food affordability. And of course, even without looking at these statistics, it is clear that things are not right in our country. We are close to Christmas now. You know what a bag of rice is going for. Broiler, chicken, a crate of egg, a measure of garri, a loaf of bread. I can go on and on and on. In terms of food availability, we are ranking 108 out of 130. Food quality and safety, 79. We're not doing badly here. In terms of sustainability and adaptation, we also rank 57. On the back column are those deficiencies. The reason why we are not doing well in those pillars where we have failed. Let's look at affordability, items of food. We can't contest this. It's real. This is what we witness around us. High proportion of population below the poverty line. I just use myself as an example. As a professor at BAN means that my salary cannot increase again. And here I am on $17 per day. A good consultancy work. We earn me per hour, about $250. Per day, about $500. That's my salary. So, look at food availability. Very poor in agricultural research and development. I'm quoting from this year, 2022. Very poor in agricultural research and development. I also get to that slide. Look around us. What is the research budget of our universities? What is the research budget of our research institutes? I served for 3 years in the board of ARCA, Agri-Research Council of Nigeria. The provision for research yearly is 50 million naira. 50 million naira. Every time I tell the director, I say, look, this is ridiculous. We can't present this to anyone. And any year we are drawing the budget, each year that we increase, when they go to National Assembly, we still cut down to $50 million in all agricultural research institutes of Nigeria that oversee many research institutes in this country. It is so ridiculous. Quality and safety, poor access to protein, poor dietary diversity, sustainability and adaptation, poor water availability. We know that water is critical to agricultural production. I will address that soon. So, what does the future hold for Nigeria? Our youth, our children, are the leaders of tomorrow. What do we want of these children? Is it the first sex that are food insecure and looking hungry? Is it the one below that have access to food? It is clear that for us to have a great future, we must make provision for food for our children. For so many things. The brain must develop very well, it must grow adequately and also develop. They must be ready to face the challenge of the future. How do we make Nigeria food secure? Agricultural research and innovation is the way. We can't shy away from that. Research is central to development. Research is central to development. With all humility, each time I go out there, the only thing I see clearly as the main difference between the so-called developed nation and the so-called developing nation is our attitude towards research. And it's the business of everybody. It's not just the business of the researcher. And government must play a critical role here. We used to talk of triple LH, academia, the government, and the university institutions. But the reality is that we must be talking of quadruple. The community has a role to play. So it's the business of everyone. For us to get to promised land, we must take research very seriously. Agricultural research is very central here. Many countries in the world have attained food self-sufficiency through research and innovation. And prominent in this case is the gain through agricultural biotechnology. This is telling us the progress has been made in the aspect of how to make protein, access to protein from animal origin for the population in the world through intervention from agricultural biotechnology. Through genetic improvements, I'll just pick some of them. The number of pig weaned increased from 14 to 21. Limit, that is meat production yield without fat, because we're running away from fat, rose from 40 to 55. Look at broiler chickens. This should be of interest to all of us. To gain 2 kilograms used to take about 100 days. But with agri-biotechnology, it has been shortened to 40 days. This is the beauty of research. That's why I said that research is the only way to really grow in a sustainable way. It's the only way to make provision for food for our teeming population in a sustainable manner. Look at dairy cows. I used to produce 6,000 kilograms of milk per lactation. A lactation lasts for 3 or 5 days. Through intervention of biotechnology, could now produce 10,000. That is the beauty of research. That is what we need to really get to our destination and get there in good time and in good peace of mind. Not only that, through agricultural biotechnology, generally throughout the world, there has been an increase in crop production. There has been an increase in biodiversity conservation. There has been an increase in how we can protect our environment from greenhouse gases, etc., etc. And in terms of income generation and poverty alleviation, that has really taken many farmers out of poverty. That is the way we should go. Not only that, farmers who planted bottom crops have increased their income to about 19 billion. And in terms of greenhouse gas emission, by 43 billion kilograms have been saved. That's equivalent to taking about 15 million cars out of the road. You can see the beauty, the gains that we can have when there is research intervention into saving food production in our country. Here is talking about world's top 10 countries for bioscience papers. This may not be too clear to you, but on top is United States, followed by United Kingdom, and the rest are done about this, they are doing well. But this will surprise you. Look at the number of publications which shows research activities, research commitments of great researchers in the world generally regarding publication in the area of bioscience. The average in the world is about one paper per 6,000 researchers. One paper per 6,000 researchers. Look at the situation in the US, with 320 million population, is one per about 1,000 Americans. But where does Nigeria stand? See us here. With 210 million people, that was as of then, it has gone up now. And look at the number of papers produced per year in bioscience research is 1,500. And if you look at the ratio to our population, it is one publication per 120,000 researchers. One per 120,000 researchers. Where do we go from here? And this statistics of data have been on the basis of papers in journal index in Web of Science. You know, there are so many indexing bodies, but this is the best that is reckoned with globally. So we are not doing well. The message is that we are not doing well. Adequate research funding is critical. I mentioned that earlier. For us to move forward, government must invest in research. There is no two ways to it. Money, facility, resources must be made available for research. Central development must be adequately funded. To address food security, government needs to invest in research and development. This is to ensure long-term resilience and sustainability of food production. If there is no research, you can't go anywhere. I used to see O in this country. But recently, I am not seeing that again. That does not mean that we should lose hope. We continue to encourage ourselves. Like I said, for us to really get to the promised land, research is important. And at every gathering, we need to continue to talk to those in governance that, look, you must take research serious. Research shows that spending on R&D generates high return. It boosts productivity and poverty reduction. It's an investment. Even as an individual researcher, if you want to build your career along this, you must invest. You must invest. If you invest and you are committed, at a point you begin to reap the reward of your investment or return from your investment. So government should fund research at various levels so that we will be able to get to where we're supposed to be. Nigeria and entire Southern Africa are lagging behind in research funding. It's shocking to see the annual research budget of a Nigerian university. I won't mention the university. 40.5 million. Is anybody from Boston here? I would have loved to ask. They have left. I won't mention the university that has this 40.5 million as the annual budget for research. I would have asked somebody from Boston to let me know what is ours here. if a whole ARCA that has many research institutes under its control will have 50 million naira. So I wonder what will be the annual research budget in our university. But this is from the university. Global research money situation. The average globally is 29.2%, but North America is doing well. This is research funding. North America is doing well. Asia is also doing well. It's above the average. But look at where we fall again. Sub-Saharan Africa. It's really a serious matter. Lesson from South Korea and Brazil. South Korea tops the Global Food Security Index in agricultural R&D, scoring 85.9 out of 100. They are on top as we speak. The country is also on top in public expenditure on R&D in this year index. In fact, they score 100% in this year 2022. They are also in the top grouping in agricultural innovation. The country's rural development administration employs more than 1,000 people and had a budget of almost $1 billion US. It's like an agency of government has this. That's a lot. By the time you convert this to naira, you see that this is a lot of money. That is just one unit. Not only that, the RDA has 4 rules that focus on planning, research policy, extension services, and technology cooperation. In Nigeria, yes, on paper, we have research policy on paper, but in the real sense, there is nothing there. Extension is also almost dead in Nigeria. Even when there are innovative, when there are discoveries, how do you get this across the farm? Extension services is almost dead in Nigeria. Etc. It also has 4 national institutes covering agriculture, crop-based, agricultural and urban-based, animal science-based. It's like, this is like our own ARCA. It's also like what Brazil, Brahma in Brazil, I was something like that. On top of this, it also has a public institute that covers agricultural technology, commercialization and transfer of technology. And not only that, South Korea could dictate global warming early and set signals to farmers. And they are helping farmers in many countries to address this situation. They could get there because they've taken research very serious. Brazil has Embrapa. Embrapa is an equivalent of ARCA. In 2014, Embrapa had annual budget of $2 billion US. In 2014. In fact, that money has been increased to $5 billion in 2020. In 2014, I was, with all humility, I met the director of Embrapa at a meeting in the US when I was doing my Fulbright fellowship, University of Florida. And I asked him a question. If I told us that this $2 billion naira, that 98% of that money comes from government, then I asked, if government is giving such a huge amount of money, how are you able to operate? But when government gives money, they want to control and spend that money. And he said that government does not intervene. So far it can produce results. Research means truth. Research means truth. And research cannot be politicized. If you politicize research, you get political data. And that data will not be applicable to solve the problem you have identified that made you to do that research. That is what it should be. If you convert 5 billion to naira, I doubt if my calculator can even calculate that now. That's what it should be. This is to revolutionize Brazilian agriculture through research for food self-sufficiency and security. Now, look at Brazil population, 216 million. Nigerian population is 218 million. We are talking of just a research institute having 5 billion. How much more money pumped to research activities in the university? By the time you put that together, that would be a lot of money compared to a ridiculous amount of money that we have access to do research in Nigeria. We need to innovate in all parts of food system. Farmers need to grow more food on the same land with less input, essentially to build resilience. The era of pumping resources without control has gone, because the more you pump, the more you damage the environment. Agricultural production was meant to be sustainable, must be climate smart. Irrigation, using the old method that we used to know. Sprinkler, that you waste plenty of water, that's not the way we should go. Precision irrigation, etc., etc. The plant should be able to have access to the exact amount of nutrient that is needed. That will also promote the health of the soil and also protect the organisms that are there that are also play a major role to ensure that plants are. Digital farming tools and nanotechnology should be explored. These are research opportunities, research windows to improve our agricultural productivity in this country. We should embrace simpler inter-networking or platforming technologies that promote new ways of sharing and organizing. Farmers can share information and services to promote food production and distribution. The era of produced, there is nowhere to sell. It shouldn't be the case. One of my students last year said he had about 500 crates of eggs. Nowhere to sell. There are digital tools through which producers can be made to meet the consumers. It's working in many countries. Simple digital tools. Why not in Nigeria? As researchers, these are things that we should focus on. Also, using digital equipment sharing platform to access expensive farming machinery. Let's see why a farmer should have all the machines for. Through networking, we can harness what we have. And if I'm in need of one, it's a matter of a phone call, and I should have access to that. Climate resilience should be built into agriculture. I said that earlier, that to make it sustainable, it must be climate smart. Novel food products like plant-based substitutes. We have seen this. That you don't need to raise animals on the farm again. You don't need to raise fish inside water. You can use plants, materials to produce meat products that will taste like meat. To produce fish that will taste like fish without really raising fish inside water. These are upcoming innovations, and we need to key to that. Novel planting methods like vertical farming, aquaponics, etc. These are potential way of irritating our food system. Because I mentioned traditional agriculture, using advanced technology, we reduce inputs and ensure optimal health of our crops and our soil. And again, I'm talking of digital technology. IT is a lot here. Nigerians have been mapped. Anywhere you want to plant cassava in Nigeria, you can get information about the kind of fertilizer that you need and the quantity that should be dropped for your plant. Anywhere. When you go online, you type the location to tell you the situation with the soil level of nutrient and the kind of fertilizer that you need and what amount you need to use. That's from ITA. ITA is not owned by Nigeria. We only pay counterpart funding to the brain of ITA. Even most of the time, we default. Many years we have defaulted. Foreigners will bring their own. The Nigerian government will not be able to drop there in good time. Information technology to connect producers in a web as opposed to a single supply chain. The era of carrying our produce to the market as is done. Through digital technology, information, we can connect ourselves. Internet of Things, drones, artificial intelligence can collect, monitor, and analyze data to improve farm productivity and reducing costs. Quickly, what I suggested innovative approach to some critical problems. Like I said, water is very critical. It's one of the identified problems from the Global Food Security Index, which I talked about earlier. Water is very important. So with that, we should be thinking of how to make our agricultural business of the climate smart. Extreme weather and warmer temperature demand that we use water resources effectively. We can't continue to waste water. Plant does not require the volume that we pump onto the feed. There are ways by which we can do it precisely that will meet the actual need of the plants and the animals we are dealing with. So the policymakers too have a role to play here. Agricultural production in Nigeria is largely fed. Why can't we grow crop around the year? Must we produce only in the rainy season? Why can't we also utilize the critical period of dry season to also grow our crops? So we can direct our research work to how we can conserve excess runoff in the rainy season. And we can use to also grow crop during the dry season. These are potential areas of research. That will involve hydrologists and geologists and agronomists to collaborate and find a solution. Then we should be thinking of breeding crops that require small quantity of water. The sorghum, we have done that. You can do that in other crops. There's a variety of sorghum in which the first water you drop at the point of planting is what the plant will use till maturity. We have them in the north. We can do that for other grains as well. Also, animals that can tolerate heat and water stress can be bred. No animals that are raised in tropical environments are stressed by heat. That's a challenge for us. Animal breeders having nutrition can also take that up as a challenge. Poor fertility of soil. Low soil fertility is a constraint to crop production. This has led to abuse of fertilizer usage, to land and water pollution. Our plants don't need the quantity that we put into the soil. Through research innovation, some crops can now be grown without soil, even in Benin here. Where the captain Osafa. That's what he's doing with tomato production. Okay? You don't need soil to grow vegetable. That is where we should be. That is where we should aspire to be. So there are several methods: hydroponic method, aquaponic, etc. And what they stand for is also there. Okay, aquaponic, that's involved crayfish, plant in a symbolic way. Where the plant we use the effluent from raising fish. The fish can also fall back on those resources that will come from plants. Vegetables like spinach, lettuce, tomato, chilies can be cultivated using these methods. Climate change and climate smart agriculture. That's very important. Now, Climate change is linked to biodiversity loss and makes food systems to be less resilient. It affects agricultural productivity with negative consequences on food security and livelihood. This is because it warms the atmosphere, changes rainfall patterns, and gives rise to other extreme situations. We just came out of that in Nigeria. About a month ago. It was difficult to assess Abuja, flood everywhere. The east-west road. These are signs that dangers are looming. We must take the issue of climate very, very serious. Any system of production that we are adopting must not injure the environment. Must be environmental friendly. Greenhouse gases being emitted from our animals, etc., etc. We must ensure that we protect our environment. In our attempt to meet this challenge of making Nigeria food secure, we must not do that at the expense of damaging the environment. It must keep our environment safe. Climate change is a threat. It's a threat, it's a multiplier of hunger, it aggravates food insecurity, etc., etc. And research should focus on development of innovative production systems that will be less damaging to the environment. I just mentioned that. Food losses and wastages is another critical area. In Nigeria, we experience huge losses at post-harvest level. Our problem is food losses, not food wastages. Food losses has to do with losses at the post-harvest level, while wastages has to do with losses at consumer level. That's what they are battling with the developing country, who buy more than what they need. But ours is losses at the post-harvest level. And it's a serious matter. Nigerians, we are the world largest producer of cassava, yam, cowpea, and the third largest of fruits and vegetables. No serious exportation. Also, we are not food secure. Something is wrong. This is because we experience each losses about 50% at the post-harvest stage. Losses represent resources as well. It's not just the quantity of food that we are throwing away. What has gone in getting those food produced also is a cost. It's a loss. The energy, the resources, the water, the input, the money expended, depreciation on the machine that we use. We can't recover them back. So we need to strengthen the supply and value chain to reduce food losses. What are we saying? Value addition. Value addition. We should take that very serious. This is also where we should intensify research. How do we preserve those produce that are prone to spoilage? Fruits, vegetables, etc. How do we preserve them? Modern technologies for food processing and preservation should be developed through research and innovation. Reference to DI3 education for DI3. See, Purdue University, this was developed by Nigeria. It's simply to let us know that when we talk of innovation, it doesn't have to be a big discovery. Because the question that might be running through our mind is that, yes, there is no money to fund research, there are no facilities. How do we break through here? It can be simple, but so far, it can solve a critical problem. You will be recognized, and you make yourself to be known throughout the world. This sort of DI trade was actually developed by a Nigerian professor in Purdue, by a very simple trade that uses solar energy. And he has received so many awards from this thing that he has invented. It's a solar generator that makes food drying easy, safe, and sustainable, and can dry different foods, ranging from fruits, vegetable, mushroom, fish, meat, spices, etc. It is not toxic, and it's equipped with temperature and relative humidity sensor. It also has an hygrometer that will test water activity and let you know when the food has dried to a stage that it can be it can be safe when it is stored without really deteriorating over time. This is the tray I'm talking about. You can see how simple it is. These are being tested in Nigeria in six states. Very simple tray. A tray costs about $130 now. Okay? The tray is being used here to dry plantain, to dry pepper, to dry some vegetables, and here it's being used to dry pumpkin and okra. Here it used to dry paddy rice. This was in Ebonyi. This was in the southwest. I think in Benin. And here it's being used to dry tomato sliced. And in 2-3 days, these things are dried to a level that you can keep it without it going bad. And that is the inventor there, Professor Clay Ledeji from Odo University, and you can see the man being rewarded here. That was when he was receiving an award on the basis of this simple discovery. So when we talk about innovation, it's not that it must be something very big, very gigantic. So far, it can solve a problem and contribute to growth and development. We are good to go. Conclusion: a food insecure, not just hungry country cannot experience growth and development. Like I said, it's not just to have food in the stomach. A country may not be hungry, yet that country is not food secure. Is to have access to food in the right quantity and quality. Sustainable food security can only be guaranteed through serious commitment to research and innovation. We must take this serious. We want to really get here. Government must wake up. Researchers must wake up. All of us must wake up. Community must also wake up. Government should invest adequate resources with right policies in research and innovation in Nigeria. I've emphasized it. Research means truth. It means truth. Researchers should be honest and committed, while governments should not politicize research. Like I said, if research is politicized, you get political data, and that will be difficult to apply that to solving the problem that have been identified. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Eshe Western where Ogo Dalu Mungode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will want to quickly take one reaction, question, if any, just one.
Thank you, Badi Colin, Thank you, Prof. for the captivating lecture on improving national food security through scientific research and innovation. I am quite impressed with the lecture. My question is quite a simple one. From the lecture, I discovered that you encouraged biotechnology, especially in food development and research. And it got me thinking, because I know that biotechnology also has to do with genetically modified food, and from the little knowledge I have about it, because I've also heard from friends and I've read about it, and I was told, and I read also that biotechnology have led to the disruption of the natural flow of gene, especially in animals, in plants, and also in modified microorganisms. And from research, it has been proven that it is linked to cancer. And also, some people have also experienced some allergic reactions. And there is a lot of advocacy that we should go back to organically produced food. So what is your reaction towards this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was actually expecting that question here. The issue is this. There is nothing that is absolutely safe. Nothing. Even if you drink water too much, there's a way your body will react to that. Biotechnology has come to say whether we like it or not. But the question is that we must do that with sense. We must do that with sense. There are quite a number of things going on now in the world. Some is even beyond our comprehension. In keying to the wave, that is where our knowledge, our skill, our experience matter. In genetic engineering, for example, we should do that without eroding the quality genes in our plants and our animals. We should do it with sense, without eroding the gene for quality in our indigenous crop and our indigenous animals. But it has many benefits, many advantages. Nigerian government has been resisting that. But if you go to our stores, you can see Conferenc prepare for maize, GMO foods. Whether we like they are there. But to me, I believe that we just need to be open-minded. We need to be open-minded. Look at when the issue of 5G came. We were made to know that 5G was the main cause of COVID-19. So many things that are being shared around the globe. So as scientists, I don't think if something has been condemned, we should swallow that hook, line, and sinker. It has its own benefits. So nothing is absolutely safe. Common paracetamol that you drink has side effects. So what I'm trying to say is that this innovation, biotechnology, has its own good side. It has its own bad side. When we are adopting that, then that's why anything you are doing, you must make clear your objective. And that should be important to all of us as researchers. That's the best way I can put that for you. Thank you.
In Benin, I think the argument is not necessarily because they are going to cause cancer in human, but basically because the argument is more of morality and ethics rather than science. There are no clear-cut evidence, right, that can substantiate that these things are actually harmful. But however, the major argument has been the issue of you are interfering with nature. So it's majorly ethical and moral, not necessarily scientific. All right, just to say that.
Okay, let's believe that MGO will not cause cancer, even as recorded by some scientists. But some people have actually noted that they have some allergic reaction as a result of eating MGO products. What I'm saying that is that I remember some few years ago, I met a farmer and I told him that I want to plant plantain and banana in my compound at Sapling. So he gave me some variety of bananas. And I discovered that the bananas are not of the same type. Some are sweet, some are a bit sweeter than the other, but I now remember, oh, this must be MGO product. So what I'm saying that is that even some people, once they notice that the banana of a different species, they reject it, they'll tell you that they are allergic to them. Thank you.
Well, that's not wholly true. That you have different varieties doesn't necessarily mean that it is genetic manipulation. There are different ways by which you can bring about crop improvement. Maybe you see the man from man after now, so we don't keep going around that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Research and innovation for environmental management and sustainability. Professor Obebo will be doing justice to this. May I invite Dr. Mrs. Ibinosa to take the citation of our lecturer. Is the visiting professor to the University of Maryland, Eastern Shore, in the United States of America, and an external examiner assessor for many Nigerian and foreign universities. Conferenc has produced many graduates, some of which are now professors and associate professors in Nigerian universities. In the area of environmental advocacy, he leads the research consultancy team on multidisciplinary environmental impact assessment that has worked extensively on most inland and coastal waters of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. He is a member of the environmental team that carried out the first ever EIA study for Shell Petroleum Development Company in the early 90s. He participated in the 1998-1999 Niger Delta Environmental Survey and was an invited national expert on bentos in the 10th regional workshop on the Gulf of Benin Large Marine Ecosystem project sponsored by UNIDO, UNDP, and UTDS. He has served the University of Benin in various capacities as head of department, during which time he facilitated the change of name from zoology to animal environmental biology in turn and form. Coordinator of the University Environmental Science Program, Chairman of Faculty of Life Sciences Lecture Series, Coordinator of Commensal Postgraduate Program, Member of Nigerian Consultancy Management Board, Chairman of
Housing Innovation Committee, Chairman of Information and Communication Technology, ICT Central Record Processing Unit, and presently Chairman of Faculty of Life Science, Alumni and Student Relations, and Director, Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office. Conferenc served Edo State as Honorable Commissioner for Works and Transport in 1993, Chairman of the Station Panel to the Edo State Institute of Management and Technology, Member, Edo Program Implementation Review Committee on Natural Resource and Environment, Member of Edo State Government Investigative Panel on Gas Explosion in Benin City, and Chairman of Edo State Government White Paper Committee on Gas Policy. He is currently the Honorable Commissioner representing Edo State in the Judicial Service Commission, Edo State. As a grassroots man, he is the founding president of EMU Foundation, founding president of EMU Grammar School Post Student Association, and High Chief Adolf One of EMU Kingdom. Conferenc is the recipient of numerous award prizes, including the school prize for overall best student in EMU Grammar School in 1978. Departmental prize for the best student in zoology in 1983, Distinguished Alumnus Award by the University of Benin Alumnus Association worldwide, Student Union Government Award of Honor for Academic Excellence, International Scholarship Award by World Council of Science Editor Institute, USA, the 2018 Environmental Stewardship Award, 2021 Award of Excellence by Frontline Energy and Environmental Consultancy Services, and Ambassador for Peace Award by Universal Peace Federation. Conferenc is a fellow of the Society of Environmental Toxicology and Pollution Mitigation, fellow of Association Scientific Member of NCF, fellow of Professional Safety and Health Association, founder, patron, and fellow of the Freshwater Biological Association of Nigeria. Conferenc is a life member, field representative of the Full Gospel Businessmen Fellowship International, and knight of St. Christopher. He is happily married and blessed with children. Join me as I welcome Conferenc to deliver his blessings.
Good afternoon, my amiable, trailblazing Dean of Life Sciences. I greet my elder, Professor Josiah Africa, who exercised this patience to remain with us till this time, even without stretching his leg and having lunch or a break. I want to especially thank the organizing committee, ably led by the Igwe himself, Professor Adolefo, and the subcommittee chairman. It's a great job you've all been doing, and we highly appreciate you. To start with, I stand before you this afternoon as graduate of zoology, former zoology department, now animal environmental biology. I say animal and environmental biology. I mentioned that environmental with some emphasis. I want to tell you a little story. Yeah, when I was admitted into this university to read zoology, because people have a lot of misconception about the name zoology. I suffered a lot of ridicule and humiliation to the extent that some, as I call them, half-baked went to my father to say, why are you sponsoring this, your son reading zoology when you take care of animals? will say, when I was head of the department, head of the schools, so. Now, students that are admitted to read this course, I see them suffering almost the same kind of ridicule and humiliation, born out of misconception. So when in 2002, I became the head of the Department of Zoology, I had a burning desire. And when people are doing all this, it's because there is so much need. People don't look at the context, they look at name. I'm formed by this desire. I put forward the proposal for change of name from zoology and environmental. And somebody was saying that when you are to say that it's something, you do a lobbying negotiation to have a win. I know what went wrong. But that job, the name was changed. One man from the last day as then, everything changed. Enrollment changed. We feel the costs. We don't know and sometimes when you go out, what actually amused me, but when we have consultants, job we share. The head of environment there, if my son is, look at it and say, what has nobody got to do with water quality and environmental storage? It's not. But today, I know when I tell people, they don't just want to know what you have. They look at it. But surprisingly, today, most people in this department may be as trailblazers, on environmental issues. And fortunately, I don't want to say single me out to cover this topic. Research and innovation for environmental management and sustainability. While we are working on as part of my prayer, in the course of my survey this academic or life, I've come to discover that it's not really what you read in the university that matters. Your attitude to life, what you think of it. You don't have to be an engineer. You don't have to be a medical doctor. You don't have to be a lawyer. Just be yourself and excel in what you are doing. Then you make your mark. But it comes down to what is the essence of education. Education for knowledge, education for power. The motto of my family, they moved to my school. I'm proud of us with the partner schools. It's knowledge is power. Power to do what? Power for transformation. Now when you are educated, you have the power to reason beyond the ordinary mind. If an individual can do a business and succeed, then with your level of education, if you do the same thing, you will excel. That's what education does. Then, coming to the University of Benin, our motto is to knowledge to serve the community and the entire society. It is this knowledge that liberates you and really sets you free from the hustle of people like what is the media. Knowledge of self, knowledge of power. If education only ends on salary, without liberating and empowering us to provide solutions
for continuing.
I was thinking we are done here automatically.
What is closing now?
And we waiting for three.
Waiting. See, we are doing it. Suggesting with that person is to